Hey, welcome back. This story hit different. You're putting your kid to bed. He's 7, tells you he made up a story. A woman locked in a basement, a red door, a man with a limp, wallpaper he's never seen, a birthday cake that never got eaten. Creepy, sure, but kids have wild imaginations. Then one night he says, "She's still down there." You look it up, just out of curiosity, and there it is, a real missing person case from 2006. Every detail he described, never made public. Before we start, hit like, subscribe if you're new, and tell me in the comments what time is it where you are, and where in the world are you watching from. Now, settle in. Don't overthink it. And relax. Feels weird to put this out there, like it's not really my story to tell. But I haven't stopped thinking about it for weeks, and I guess I just need to write it out. Maybe someone's heard of something similar, or maybe I'm just going a bit mad. Anyway, it's about my son. He's 7, bright kid, chatty, imaginative, like really imaginative. He's always making up games or little scenarios for his toys, that kind of thing. Nothing unusual, but a few weeks ago something started that, well, hasn't stopped bothering me. It started as a bedtime thing. I just tucked him in. It was a Wednesday night. I remember that clearly because I had just finished washing up and was looking forward to finally getting off my feet, and he says, totally casual, "Do you want to hear my story?" I said sure, thinking he'd go on about space pirates or that raccoon detective he made up last month. But no, this time it was different. His tone changed, slower, like he was remembering it rather than inventing it. He starts telling me about this woman who lives in a basement. "She's not allowed out," he said, like that was just a normal sentence. I asked him what he meant, and he shrugged. "She's not allowed," the man told her. I tried to gently press a bit, curious, but not wanting to lead him. He kept going, said the woman's name was Lely, or maybe Nellie, he wasn't sure, and that she had a red door. Not just any red door, though. He said it was red like crayon, but not scribbled, all perfect. Then he said she had yellow wallpaper with little birds on it. Now, that might not sound that weird, right? Kids come up with stuff, but the way he said it, like he was trying to get it right, like the details mattered, it made my skin crawl a bit. He told me she used to smell like lavender before, but now she smells like the bin when it's too full. He told me about her birthday cake, that she never got to eat it because the man said birthdays are dangerous. That part stuck with me. I asked who the man was. He got a bit quiet then and said, "He walks funny. He's got a bend in his leg and goes bump bump when he comes down the stairs." Then he mimicked a limping sound, rhythmic, like he'd heard it before. Now, here's where I started to get uneasy. It was too specific, too odd. He wasn't telling it like a scary story either. He was just describing it, like it was a fact, like it was something he knew. I asked where he got the idea, and he just said, "I made it up." I didn't push more that night, kissed him goodnight, turned off his lamp, and just sat in the hallway for a minute, trying to make sense of it. Told myself he must have seen something on YouTube or heard something from a kid at school. Maybe it was a game. Maybe I was overreacting. That was 2 weeks ago. Since then, he's told me more every couple of nights, bits and pieces, like he's remembering it slowly. And every time, it's got the same feel, strange, specific, and just a little too real. He said the basement smells like old metal and wet towels, that the woman keeps a blanket with little blue stars on it, and that she cries without sound, that sometimes she writes letters but doesn't send them. I've asked him to draw things a few times, just casually, like, "Hey, can you show me the door?" or "What do the birds look like on the wallpaper?" And he'll draw it. Not like a kid guessing, like someone copying from memory. And look, I know what this sounds like. I know how it reads. I've gone over every possible explanation. I don't think he's possessed or anything like that. But I don't think he made it up either. Or at least not all of it. The turning point for me was a few nights ago. I was tucking him in again, and I said something like, "You've got quite the imagination." And he looked at me really seriously, not scared, not playful, just matter of fact, and said, "She's still down there, you know." I asked what he meant. He just said, "She never got out." That night I didn't sleep. I started Googling, just keywords at first. Missing woman, red door wallpaper. Then I started narrowing it down. Added UK, Sheffield, basement, yellow wallpaper with birds. Most of it came back empty or random true crime blogs. But then I found something. A case from 2006. Woman named Eleanor, missing from Sheffield, never found. I clicked the article and my stomach dropped. It mentioned briefly that she was last seen near a residential estate where she'd been staying with someone. The article said the family hadn't released many details, but there was a quote from a neighbor about how the house had a weird door out back, painted bright red like a toy. There was nothing about the wallpaper, nothing about the limp, nothing about the cake, but I found a local news archive with an old photo from when the police were searching the property. The door. Bright red, paint too clean for an old house. I haven't shown it to my son yet. Honestly, I'm scared to. I don't know what he's remembering, or how he knows any of it. But I'm starting to wonder if this story isn't his at all. I didn't bring it up the next morning. I wanted to. I had questions circling my head all through breakfast, but I kept quiet. My son was just sitting there, swinging his feet under the table, chewing cereal like nothing strange had ever come out of his mouth. And that's what made it harder to process. He looked completely normal. 7 years old, slightly sticky with milk on his chin. How do you ask a kid why he knows the layout of a basement no one's talked about in public? I went through the day distracted, work emails, laundry, dishes. It all felt like filler. My brain kept returning to that red door and the smell of wet towels and metal, like he'd said. And I know memory isn't perfect, but I kept hearing his voice saying that line over and over again. It didn't feel like something a kid would make up. Or if he did, then it wasn't a normal kind of imagination. It felt remembered. That night, I planned to bring it up, casually, see if he still remembered it, or if he'd moved on. Sometimes kids say strange things and forget they ever said them. But right before bed, he brought it up on his own. He was brushing his teeth, and out of nowhere asked, "Do you think she gets lonely down there?" I asked who he meant. He looked up at me through the mirror and just said, "The lady in the basement." I didn't answer. I couldn't. I helped him into bed, tucked the blanket under his arms like always. I sat beside him on the edge of the mattress, trying to think of the right thing to say. Finally, I asked, "Is this story something you heard somewhere?" He shook his head, really firmly. No, I saw it in my head. I made it up, but it's not pretend. That last part made my skin crawl. I asked him what he meant. He said sometimes when he closes his eyes, it's like watching a movie, but it's always the same one, the same story, and he just knows it's real. That was his word. Knows. She sings to herself when she's cold, he added quietly. Who does? The lady. She sings a birthday song, but really, really slow. That made my stomach turn. I don't know why that detail did it. Maybe because it was so weirdly specific. Maybe because of the way he said it, almost whispering, like it was a secret. I didn't push more. Just kissed him good night and told him I loved him. I sat in the hallway again. I've never done that before this started, just sitting outside his door like some kind of night watch. The hallway light was off, but the glow from his nightlight stretched out in this long stripe across the floor. I stared at it until my legs started to go numb. After he fell asleep, I went back online. I looked up the case again. Eleanor R., 39 years old when she went missing. Her photo was in all the articles: kind face, long dark hair. She had worked at a cafe on the corner of London Road and lived in temporary housing not far from where we are now. The articles mostly said the same things. Disappeared without a trace. No forced entry. Last seen by a co-worker. No known enemies. No confirmed sightings since. One piece mentioned a man she had been involved with, briefly. Said he walked with a limp due to a car accident years earlier. I stared at that line for a long time. The wallpaper hadn't come up in anything I could find, nor the smell, nor the cake. But now I was starting to wonder if anyone even thought to ask. I didn't want to involve him any more than I had to, but the next evening I tried something. I printed out some pictures of basements, just random ones, found online. Some clean, some cluttered, all different. No obvious crime scene stuff, just storage rooms, mostly. I told him I was working on a drawing and needed his expert eyes. That's how I said it, tried to make it a game. I laid them out on the floor and asked if any looked familiar. He went through them slowly, dragging his finger across each photo like he was trying to pull something out of it. Then he stopped on one. That one's close, he said, but the light's wrong. What kind of light is it? He shrugged. It flickers. He pointed to the ceiling of the photo and tapped it. There should be a string. You pull it, like this. He mimed pulling a chain, hand overhead. I looked closer at the picture. No string light, just a recessed bulb. He was right, not a match. He moved to the next one and stopped again. That one's better, he said, but the walls are too clean. Hers have bumps. I didn't know what he meant, so I asked. Bumps? Like when paint's over bricks, but you can still feel the bricks under. That caught me off guard. It was such a specific detail, not the kind of thing a 7-year-old invents for fun, and he said it without hesitation, like it was obvious. He moved on again, then circled back to the first one and said, "This one smells more right. The metal smell. You can almost taste it." He didn't say anything after that, just went to brush his teeth and left the photos on the floor. I sat there staring at them, feeling cold all over. The more I heard, the more convinced I became that he wasn't inventing this, at least not from nothing. Maybe it was something he saw once. Maybe someone said something near him, and he absorbed it in that way kids do. But the details, they didn't feel secondhand. They felt lived. I still haven't told anyone else. My partner's away for work, and I don't want to dump all of this over the phone. My sister thinks he's just creative, but she hasn't heard him talk about it. I don't know where the line is between coincidence and something more. All I know is this doesn't feel like just a story anymore. The first person I really told was my friend Claire. We've known each other for years, and she's the kind of person who actually listens instead of just waiting for her turn to talk. We met up at the cafe near the park while my son was at school. I hadn't planned on spilling everything, but once we were halfway through our tea, it all sort of came out. I tried to frame it like a weird parenting story. Started with, "Hey, do your kids ever come out with stuff that's just really specific?" And then I told her about the woman in the basement, the red door, the birthday cake, the man with the limp. I expected her to laugh, or at least raise an eyebrow, but she didn't. She just sat back in her chair, arms crossed, listening carefully. When I finished, she leaned forward and said, "You know I watch all those crime shows, right?" I nodded. Claire is a true crime nut. Always has a podcast in her ears, always quoting something grim she read. "Well," she said, "that birthday cake detail, that stuck with me. I swear I heard something about a woman who went missing, might have been years ago, where there was some unsolved stuff about a birthday party that never happened. That threw me." I asked if she remembered any names or places. She couldn't, but she said she'd dig around when she got home. She made me promise not to Google anything while she did, which was pointless because of course I did the second I got back. Still nothing solid, just the same articles I'd already found about Eleanor R., the missing woman from 2006, the red door, the quiet exit, no updates. Claire texted that night. She hadn't found much either, but she told me she believed me. That part surprised me more than anything else. I guess I expected people to think I was being dramatic or maybe projecting stuff onto my son. But she said, "I don't know what's going on, but if he's saying these things unprompted, it means something." And yeah, that was the part I kept circling back to. Because it wasn't like he was looking for attention. He wasn't telling these stories with a flashlight under his chin. He wasn't trying to scare me. He was just remembering, quietly, on his own terms. A few days passed after that. Things felt a bit more normal. We had a weekend full of errands and laundry and cartoon marathons. I started convincing myself it was a fluke, maybe a weird coincidence. Maybe something from a half-overheard news report years ago that had wormed its way into his head. Maybe the human brain really does just invent stuff like this when it needs to. But then Sunday night came. We were doing our usual bedtime routine, brushing teeth, story, lights low. He didn't say anything strange until I turned off the lamp. Then, as I was walking toward the door, he said, "She tried the window again." I stopped. "What window?" "In the basement. It's small and near the top, like the ones in school toilets." That detail hit me hard. Our old primary school had windows like that, narrow ones right up at the ceiling line. He knew exactly what he was describing. I turned around and sat on the edge of the bed. "What happened when she tried?" He frowned, thinking. It was too small. She could see out, but she couldn't reach. And the man heard her. That's when he turned the light off for a whole day. That's how he said it, like it was just something that happened, like you'd say, then it rained. I didn't know what to say. He yawned and rolled over. That was it. No questions from him. No awareness that he'd just said something that would keep me up all night again. I emailed the paper that ran the original story about Eleanor. Just a general inquiry. I said I was a local parent whose child had recently described a basement and a missing person, and I was wondering if anyone had ever mentioned a window in the case. I expected nothing. Maybe a polite brush-off. Or silence. But I got a reply. The reporter was retired but had passed the message to someone still working there. They emailed back the next day. Short message. Just this. We're not aware of a window being mentioned in any police reports. That detail was never made public. That stopped me in my tracks. I reread it maybe 5 times. No window in the reports, not even as a guess, not published, not discussed. And yet, there it was, described to me by my 7-year-old in perfect detail. So I started writing it all down. Not online, not yet, just a notebook, old school style, everything he said, all the little details. I didn't want to forget anything, and part of me worried I'd start misremembering it all. I even started recording our bedtime chats, just in case he brought it up again. I didn't tell him. I didn't want him to change how he spoke, or think it was a game. It's like, once you start noticing a thread, you can't stop pulling. And now, more than anything, I just want to know where this is coming from. I don't think it's a ghost story. I don't think it's a game. I don't even know if I believe in past lives, but I do believe that something is moving through him. Whether it's memory or some strange kind of echo, or something even older, I don't know. But I can't ignore it anymore. It had started to affect how I saw him. That sounds worse than I mean it, but it's true. I'd always seen him as this bright, curious little person, always bouncing between questions about space and drawing dinosaurs in the corner of his school papers. But now there was this quiet part of him I didn't understand, a place in his head I couldn't follow, and that unsettled me more than I wanted to admit. He didn't talk about the woman every day. Sometimes a whole week would go by with nothing. Just regular kid stuff breakfast, cartoons, school runs. I'd start to think maybe it was over. Maybe it had passed, but then something would slip out again, casual, unprovoked, like it had never left. One night, I was half listening to him playing with his toy cars on the carpet, just zoning out on the couch. Then I heard him say, "You don't have to be scared anymore. He's not coming tonight." I asked what he meant. He didn't even look up. That's what she says to herself when she's trying to sleep. That night I poured myself a drink and called Claire again. She didn't say, "This is getting weird," or "You're overthinking." She just asked, "Do you want to come over?" So I did. We sat in her kitchen, and I filled her in on the new bits, the window, the flickering light, the man not coming tonight. Claire made this face, not shocked exactly, but disturbed, like she was trying to fit puzzle pieces together, and they didn't quite match up. Then she said, "What if he's not imagining her? What if he's, I don't know, remembering her?" "From where?" I asked. "A dream? A past life?" I don't know, but it's not random. It's too consistent. She poured us both another drink and pulled out her laptop. She wanted to dig more into the case. Not just Eleanor, but other missing persons in the area around that time. We went down this rabbit hole for hours, clicking through forums, archived newspaper scans, even some of those old blog sites people used to run about unsolved crimes. We didn't find much new about Eleanor. Same small pool of facts, same dead ends. But we did find a comment on a blog post from back in 2010. Anonymous, no name. It said, "I used to know a guy who worked maintenance near where Eleanor went missing. Said there was a unit with a weird smell and birds on the wallpaper. Told me once he was scared to open the basement door." We both just stared at it for a while. It could have been fake, internet nonsense. But after everything my son had described, the birds on the wallpaper hit hard. I remembered how he said they were yellow, and how he drew them wrong shapes, not like cartoon birds, more like little pointed figures with too many lines. I still have the drawing. Claire asked if I had ever spoken to his teacher about it. I said no, mostly because I didn't want to look like the mad parent spinning ghost stories. But she convinced me it might be good to ask if anything unusual had come up at school just in case. Not even about the woman, just anything. So the next day I emailed his teacher, just a polite note, asking if she'd noticed any changes in him lately. I tried to keep it light, framed it as me being a slightly over-attached mom. She replied by lunchtime, said he was doing well academically, polite, friendly. But then she added, he has mentioned someone named Nellie during quiet reading time, described her as someone who lives under a house and misses cake. He said he was writing her a letter. I didn't even know how to respond. That night, I asked him about it. He was in his pajamas, brushing his hair with that old plastic brush he refuses to throw out. I sat on the bed and said, "Your teacher said you were writing a letter. Can I see it?" He nodded like it was the most normal request in the world and pulled a piece of paper out from under his pillow. It was folded twice, just loose-lined paper with his messy writing across it. It said, "Dear Nellie, I hope you are warm. I will bring you cake if I can. You do not have to be afraid of the man with the wrong leg. He is gone. The window is too small, but maybe if you climb high, you can see the lights." That was it. I stared at it, then looked at him. He was already in bed, curling under the blanket. "Do you want me to post it?" I asked, not knowing what else to say. He shook his head. "It's just for her, not real posting." I put the letter in my nightstand drawer. I haven't taken it out since, but I think about it every night. The next day, I decided to walk the neighborhood a bit, just to see. I passed by the row of flats where Eleanor had apparently last been seen. Most of them were either completely redone or boarded up. One of them, a tall, thin unit with fading bricks, had a locked gate and an overgrown front walk. Something about it felt off, not haunted, not cinematic, just old, ignored. Like someone tried to forget it was there. I stood out front for a few minutes, feeling weirdly guilty, like I wasn't supposed to be looking at it. Then I walked away. That night, my son didn't mention Nellie. But when I tucked him in, he said, "She likes the birds on the wall because they can leave." And I felt something in my chest twist a little. I don't know where this is going, but I know it's not done yet. The house with the overgrown front walk kept bothering me. I couldn't stop thinking about it. There was nothing outwardly strange about it. No signs, no broken windows or police tape, just neglected. The kind of property people pass without seeing, but something about it lodged itself in my mind, like a word stuck on the tip of your tongue. I didn't go back the next day, or the next. I told myself there was no point. I didn't have a plan, and I wasn't about to go knocking on doors asking about missing people from nearly 20 years ago. But on the third day, I found myself walking past it again, not intentionally. At least I told myself that. I was taking the long way back from the shops, and there it was again. Same gate. Same weeds. This time I stopped. There was no number on the gate anymore, but the post had a faint outline where one had been. I looked at the building, 2 floors, narrow windows, faded curtains drawn shut. I don't know what I expected. A feeling, maybe, a sign, but it just sat there, quiet and still. I reached into my pocket and took out the copy of the letter my son had written. I'd made a photocopy of it before putting the original back in my nightstand. I don't even know why I brought it with me, except that I hadn't been able to throw it away or leave it behind. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes, just holding the letter in my hand, heart thumping like I'd done something wrong. Then I folded it again and slid it through the letterbox. It made a soft sound as it landed on the other side. And that was it. I walked away. Back home, I didn't say anything to my son. He was building a Lego castle and singing a song about spaghetti under his breath. I watched him from the kitchen and wondered how much he really understood about any of this. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept expecting something to happen. A knock at the door, a dream, I don't even know. But the hours passed and nothing did. Morning came like always. A week went by. Then one afternoon, Claire texted me. "You're not going to like this," she wrote, "but I just saw something weird." I called her immediately. She told me she'd been walking near the flats not far from that same building, and she saw a woman standing by the gate, older, wearing a blue coat. Just standing there, not doing anything. Then Claire said she recognized the coat. "I'm not saying it was her," she said, "but it looked just like the coat from the photo, from the Eleanor article, the one she wore the day she went missing." I asked if she was sure. She said no, but she was rattled enough to tell me. I went back there later that evening, heart in my throat the whole way. The building looked the same. No one outside. The letterbox was empty. The letter was gone. That was when I noticed it. The curtain in the second-floor window, the smallest one, near the back, had moved, just a little, like someone had touched it recently. Maybe it had always been like that. Maybe I had imagined it. I stood there staring at the window until a car passed and snapped me out of it. Back home, I was sitting on the edge of the bath while my son brushed his teeth when he said something new. "She found the light again," he mumbled, toothpaste foam at the corners of his mouth. "What light?" He shrugged. "It buzzes now, but it's on. That means she's not scared." That part hit me like a punch to the chest, because it wasn't scary. It wasn't even particularly dramatic, but it felt real. Real in that quiet way grief feels when it sneaks up on you during a song or a smell, just simple and full of weight. I didn't say anything. I just nodded. The next morning, a letter was slid under our door. Not addressed to anyone, just a plain white envelope. Inside was a piece of notebook paper, torn on the side. In a shaky hand it said, "Tell him she remembers." That was all. No signature, no return address, nothing else in the envelope. I must have read it 20 times. Every possibility ran through my mind. A prank, a mistake, someone trying to scare me. But there was nothing to trace, no prints, no handwriting sample to compare. And I didn't show it to him, my son. I didn't want to plant anything in his head. I didn't want this to grow into something I couldn't pull him back from. But that night, when I tucked him in, he smiled at me in this quiet way I hadn't seen in months. "She remembers now," he said softly. I nodded. "How do you know?" He shrugged. "I just do." And that was it. No more new details after that. No more basement stories. No more talk of the man or the red door. It was like something inside him had gone still. Not vanished exactly, just quiet. I wish I had some neat explanation. I don't. I wish I could tell you someone confessed, or that the house was searched and they found a secret room, but none of that happened. The building is still there, still old, still quiet. I still walk by sometimes, not often, just enough. And every now and then, I swear I see a light on in the upper window, buzzing softly. It's been 3 months since the letter, the one that said, "Tell him she remembers." I still have it in a drawer, folded between 2 pieces of cardboard so it won't get crumpled. I take it out sometimes when the flat is quiet, when my son's asleep, and there's nothing left to do but sit in the kind of silence that feels bigger than it should. He hasn't brought her up again, not once. It's like a switch flipped. No more bedtime stories, no more drawings, no more strange lines about smells or singing or windows too small. He's gone back to being a regular kid, talking about Minecraft and what sandwich he wants for lunch. I didn't realize how much I missed the normal stuff until it came back. The shift wasn't immediate, though. It was gradual, like a fog lifting one layer at a time. At first, I didn't trust it. I kept waiting for him to whisper something strange again, or pull out a new drawing that made my stomach twist, but it never came. And I think the reason it stopped is because whatever it was, memory or message or echo, finally made it through. Someone heard it. Maybe that was the point. I've gone over every possibility in my head. I've asked myself all the questions you're probably thinking right now. Could he have overheard something as a toddler, something buried that resurfaced later? Could he have been influenced by a show or a story, or even something I said without remembering? I've thought about brain development, about subconscious processing, about everything that might make it more explainable. But even with all of that, I can't account for the accuracy, the details, the timing. He should not have known any of it. And yet he did. I never took the letter to the police. I considered it, but I couldn't bring myself to explain the context. How do you walk into a station and say, "My 7-year-old might be channeling memories from a woman who disappeared in 2006. They would have nodded politely, filed it away, and I'd have walked out feeling more alone than before. Instead, I wrote a letter of my own, addressed to no one. I printed a photo of Eleanor from the archive, and wrote a few lines on the back. I hope someone remembers you now. I didn't sign it. I left it at the front step of that same house, tucked under a loose brick near the gate. I didn't wait around to see if anyone picked it up. And that was it. I haven't gone back since. Claire keeps asking if I ever plan to. She's been quiet about it lately, not pushing, but I can tell she still wants answers too. We sat on her patio one afternoon, both of us sipping tea while the sun fought through clouds, and she said something that stuck with me. Maybe it's not about solving anything. Maybe it's just about listening. And I think that's true. Because whatever this was, a haunting, a memory, a thread of something unspeakable passed from one life to another, it didn't come asking to be solved. It came asking to be heard. I asked my son gently if he remembered anything about Nellie. He frowned for a second, like he was trying to recall something from a dream he had months ago. Then he shook his head. Not really, he said, just that she was sad, but not anymore. That was all. I didn't press further. I don't know how much of this will stay with him as he gets older. Maybe it'll fade completely, like how kids forget old toys and playground games. Or maybe it'll linger in that strange corner of the brain where forgotten things go never really gone, just buried under more familiar thoughts. But I'll remember. Not just the story, but the feeling, the weight of it, the quiet truth that sometimes we don't get explanations. We get fragments, shadows, impressions. And we have to make peace with not knowing everything. There's one more thing. A week ago, while cleaning out the hallway cupboard, I found a shoebox I didn't recognize, not hidden, just tucked behind some old paint trays. Inside were drawings, a lot of them, all on loose paper, some crumpled, some folded, and all of them clearly drawn by my son. I thought I'd seen them all, but these were different, more detailed, older, maybe from the early days when he first started talking about her. The birds on the wallpaper, drawn again and again in yellow pencil, the red door, a limp figure standing at the top of a staircase. But one of them, the last one, made me stop. It was a simple sketch of a birthday cake, 5 candles. I counted. In the corner, in small handwriting, it said, "She got it this time." I didn't show it to anyone. I folded it carefully and placed it with the letter from the door. Maybe it means nothing. Maybe he drew it after seeing a birthday card. Maybe he was just finishing the story in his own head. Or maybe, and I don't say this lightly, maybe she got what she was waiting for. Whatever the truth is, I'm not scared of it anymore. I just hope, whoever she was, wherever she is now, someone finally saw her and remembered. This is going to sound like the start of a bad urban legend, or like one of those weird half-true stories people post just to get attention. I wish it was. I wish I could say I made it up, but I didn't. It happened a few months ago, and I haven't been able to sleep properly since. Every time I think about it, there's this twitch in the back of my neck, like something's still close. Like I forgot to lock a door I didn't know I had. It started with small noises. That's always how it starts, right? I rent this one-story house out in Mobile, tucked between 2 others on a block that's mostly quiet. I live alone, unless you count my cat, and I work remotely, so I'm in the house almost all the time. I started hearing sounds beneath the floor a few nights in a row, nothing big. Just the occasional creak or scrape. At first I thought it was the pipes, or maybe raccoons. I'd seen them in the alley behind the trash bins before. The noises would always come late, around that stretch of time when the world starts to shut down. Midnight, maybe a little later. It wasn't every night, and it wasn't loud enough to keep me awake, just enough to make me notice. The weird thing was, it wasn't always the same kind of sound. Some nights it was scratching. Other nights it sounded like chewing. Once, I swear I heard breathing, slow, uneven, almost like someone trying not to be heard, but you can always tell the difference between an animal and a person. It's in the rhythm. I told myself it was nothing, that maybe I was just getting too used to the quiet, and my brain was filling the silence with nonsense, but after a while, it got harder to ignore. I'd wake up and find my outside trash can tipped over, not torn apart, just gently laid down, like someone was being careful. One morning the gate to the side yard was unlatched. I always latch it. Always. I finally decided to check under the porch. The crawl space isn't tall, just barely enough room for someone to squeeze into on hands and knees. There's a small wood panel that slides out from behind the bushes by the front steps. I had to move some ivy and a couple stones to get to it. I grabbed a flashlight and a broom, figuring I'd poke around, maybe chase off a possum or something. The second I pulled the panel off, I smelled it. Not rot, not garbage, just stale, like sweat soaked into old blankets, like something lived down there and didn't want to be found. I got down on my stomach and slid the flashlight in first. It caught something shiny right away, a food wrapper, one of those foil chip bags. I pushed the light further and saw more plastic bottles, crumpled paper bags, a pair of shoes, and a mattress. Not a full one, just a thin pad rolled out on top of a folded blanket. There was a pillow, too, and next to it, plugged into my outdoor outlet, was a white phone charger. That's when it hit me. This wasn't a raccoon. Someone had been living down there. I backed out so fast I scraped my elbows on the brick, pulled the panel shut, shoved a stone in front of it, and locked every door and window in the house. My heart didn't slow down for an hour. I sat with the phone in my lap, staring at the crawl space entrance through the blinds like it was going to open again. Finally, I called the cops. They came out quick, 2 officers. They checked under the porch, did a sweep around the property, and said it looked like whoever had been there was gone. They found the mattress and the trash. Took a few photos, but there was no sign of forced entry anywhere on the house, and nothing was stolen. The only real damage was the plug on the outlet being a little bent from use. One of the officers asked if I wanted them to take the stuff out. I told them to get rid of all of it. They bagged it and left. That should have been the end of it. But that night, I didn't sleep. I kept hearing things, not from under the porch, from the floorboards inside. Soft sounds, almost like knocking. Just once. Then breathing. I didn't go check. I didn't move. I just lay in bed staring at the ceiling, counting each breath and trying to decide if I was imagining it. In the morning I got up and opened the front door. The doormat was gone. I had a plain brown one that said welcome, nothing special, been there since I moved in. Now, in its place, was a black one with white script letters. It said, "Thanks for letting me stay." That's all it said. I stood there barefoot, door halfway open, looking down at that mat like it was going to speak. The edges were clean. It wasn't old or faded. No leaves or dirt. Like it had been freshly placed sometime during the night. I checked the yard, the sidewalk, the street. No footprints, no trash, just the mat. I didn't know what to do. I left it there. I told myself it was a prank, a joke. Maybe the officers thought they were being funny. Maybe a neighbor overheard and thought it'd be cute. But nobody knew what I found. I hadn't told anyone. I called the police again. They said they'd send a car by to check the area. Nobody came. That night, I moved a chair in front of the crawl space panel. And then I slept on the couch, lights on. But I still heard it. The knock. One single knock from under the floor. Like someone letting me know they were still there. I didn't tell anyone at work. I didn't tell my sister either, which I usually would have. She's the kind of person who checks in twice a week, always asks if I remembered to eat or if the cat has fleas again. But I kept it to myself. I think I was embarrassed. Like if I said it out loud, it would make the whole thing more real. Someone living under your porch doesn't feel like something that happens to normal people. It feels like the kind of thing you read about in some internet comment thread that goes viral because it's just unbelievable enough to sound like fiction. But I was the one who had heard him, or felt him really. That was the worst part. When I lay still enough at night, I could feel him. Something below me, breathing, waiting. The knock hadn't come again since that first night, but the breathing stayed. Not every night, but enough that I stopped sleeping in the bedroom altogether. The couch became my new home base. I kept the blinds closed tight and the porch light on all night. I tried to talk myself out of it. I really did. Maybe it was an echo from the HVAC. Maybe something about the way the house settled made it sound like breathing. But deep down, I knew better. I had heard that knock, that deliberate, slow knock from the floorboards right under my bed. I could still feel the exact rhythm of it if I closed my eyes. It wasn't rushed. It wasn't threatening. It was polite, like someone knocking on a door that already belonged to them. I asked a friend of mine offhand if they had ever had issues with squatters. She used to do code enforcement work before switching to private security. I tried to make it sound hypothetical, just casual curiosity. She told me stories, people camping in backyards, under stairs, in unlocked sheds. She said sometimes they weren't even homeless, just looking for a quiet place to be alone. One guy set up a whole cot and heater inside a locked dog kennel behind an apartment complex and lived there for 3 months without anyone noticing. I asked if the people ever came back after being found. She said the smart ones didn't, but some did. She said once you're a place of comfort to someone, they don't always let go easy. That line stuck with me. A place of comfort. I hadn't thought about it like that. I had only been thinking about the invasion, the fear, the way it made my skin crawl. But to him, maybe it wasn't about hiding. Maybe it was about returning. Finding the spot he could rest in, like a dog going back to the same patch of dirt every night because it smells like home. The police never followed up. I called again and left a voicemail. No reply. I checked the crawl space 3 days after the first call, this time in the middle of the afternoon when the sun was high and my hands weren't shaking. I didn't see anything. No new food wrappers. No footprints in the dirt. Just that smell again. Not as strong, but still there. Human. Close. That night, the new mat was gone. I didn't notice at first. I let the cat out around 10 and stood on the porch for a minute, just breathing the warm air. It was sticky with summer rain and smelled like wet grass. I looked down and noticed it then. The black mat with the white letters. Gone. In its place, nothing. Not even my old one. Just bare wood. The porch boards looked a little cleaner too, like someone had wiped the space down. I stood there for a full minute just staring, waiting to see if anything moved in the yard. No sound, no wind. Just stillness. I brought the cat back in and locked the door. I started leaving the porch light off after that. I know that sounds backward, but I figured if he was coming back anyway, I didn't want to encourage him. I didn't want him thinking the light meant welcome. I still haven't replaced the mat. That was 3 weeks ago. A few nights after that, I heard a new sound. Not knocking. Not breathing. Laughter. It wasn't loud, just a short, dry laugh, like someone chuckling to themselves over a joke no one else heard. It came from under the floorboards again. I froze. The cat, curled beside me, went stiff and stared at the wall. Her ears twitched. I know she heard it too. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The laugh never came again. But I knew what I heard. That's when I started noticing little things inside the house. One morning, the hallway closet was slightly open. Another night, the bathroom mirror had a faint fingerprint on it, too high to be mine. Once, I found the back door unlocked. I always double-check it before bed. I started sleeping with the TV on, the volume low enough that it just sounded like muffled voices. It made the silence easier to take, gave me something to focus on other than the space beneath the floor. I kept telling myself it was over, that he had been scared off. But I didn't really believe it. Not after what I found 2 nights ago. I had been sitting on the couch, scrolling through nothing, trying to keep my brain from looping back to the same questions. I got up to make tea, something to warm my hands, and when I opened the drawer where I keep my tea bags, there was a note inside. Folded, plain white paper. One sentence, written in uneven handwriting. It said, "I liked the couch better." I stared at that note for a long time, longer than I should have. The paper wasn't old, not yellowed or torn or weathered in any way. It was clean. Folded once, down the middle, like someone had taken care to make it fit in the drawer neatly. The handwriting was strange, uneven. Letters slanted in different directions, like whoever wrote it didn't usually write much. The sentence was short, just 5 words, but it felt heavier than anything I'd seen in my house before. I liked the couch better. It felt like a conversation had already been happening, and I was just now realizing I had been a part of it all along. I didn't touch the note for a few minutes. I just stood there in the kitchen, hands braced against the counter, heart knocking hard in my chest. The sound of the refrigerator hum became unbearably loud. It felt like even the appliances knew something wasn't right. I took the note and burned it in the kitchen sink. Not because I thought it would do anything. I just didn't want it to still exist. Then I checked the whole house, every window, every door, every closet, every drawer. I checked behind the shower curtain and under the bed, and even opened the cabinet above the fridge, where I keep stuff I never use. Nothing. Everything was quiet. The crawl space panel outside was still blocked by the heavy planter I'd wedged in front of it. It hadn't been moved, or if it had, someone had put it back exactly how I left it. That somehow made it worse. I called a locksmith the next day and had them install a deadbolt on the back door. I also replaced the lock on the front, even though it wasn't damaged. I just needed to feel like I had changed something. Like I was still in control of something in this place. The guy who came to do it was talkative, made small jokes, talked about the weather, all of that. I didn't say much. Just nodded and forced a few polite laughs. Before he left, he looked at me and said, "You all right, man?" I told him I was just tired. That part wasn't a lie. That night, I stayed awake until almost morning. I sat in the recliner with the television on and the volume low, just watching shadows crawl along the floor as the night dragged past. Around 2 or 3, the cat got up from the couch and stared at the hallway. She didn't hiss, didn't run, just watched, tail flicking. I couldn't see anything. I didn't hear anything either. But I trusted her more than I trusted my ears at that point. Eventually she went back to sleep. I didn't. The next morning there was another note. This one was under my pillow. Same handwriting, same kind of paper. It said, "I like the quiet better." That hit me harder than the first one, because now it felt personal. Whoever this was, they weren't just in my house. They had been close enough to me while I slept to lift my pillow and leave something there, and I hadn't felt it. I hadn't heard them. I didn't dream of anything. That level of access, I can't explain how exposed that made me feel. I didn't call the cops. I didn't see the point. Last time they hadn't found anything, and now the only proof I had was a scrap of paper and shaky ink. What would I tell them? That someone liked my furniture choices? That someone preferred me to be asleep? Instead, I went to the hardware store and bought a motion sensor light and one of those cheap indoor cameras that connects to your phone. I set it up in the hallway, facing the crawl space entrance, and angled another toward the kitchen. That night, I went through the house like usual, locking everything twice. I moved the planter again to check the crawl space, and everything looked undisturbed. No footprints, no signs of movement. I left the camera running and tried to sleep in my bed again. I woke up just before dawn. The room was cold, too cold. I sat up, confused, and checked the window. Still locked. Then I checked the hallway. The camera was gone. Not unplugged, gone. The outlet was empty, and the wire was still there, cut clean. I checked the footage on my phone, but the last clip ended just before midnight. It showed the hallway light flickering, then nothing. The other camera, the one pointed toward the kitchen, was untouched. But when I checked the video, I saw something I still think about every time I walk through that space. At 1:20 in the morning, the hallway camera cut out. 30 seconds later, the kitchen camera picked up motion. A figure stepped into the frame. Barefoot, wearing dark clothes, moving slowly, like they had done this 100 times before. Their face was mostly hidden, head tilted down, hair over the eyes. They stood in the kitchen for almost a full minute. Then, very carefully, they opened the drawer with the tea bags, took something out, paused, then looked up, straight into the camera. Not startled, just curious. Then the feed cut. That was 2 nights ago. I haven't slept since. I keep the lights on in every room. I leave the television running, not because I think it will protect me, but because silence is unbearable now. The house doesn't feel like mine anymore. Every creak, every hum, every slight shift of air feels like him. I have checked the crawl space 5 more times. Still empty. No new footprints. No sign of anything living or dead. But I know he's been inside. And last night, the tea drawer was closed again. Inside, it was a single spoon, bent into a perfect curve, balanced on top of a folded piece of paper. The note said, "You don't have to lock the door." I kept that note too, I don't know why. I had burned the first one, tore the second in half. But this one, the one that said I didn't have to lock the door, I folded it once, twice, and slid it into my wallet like it was a receipt I might need later. Maybe part of me thought that if I kept it, if I treated it like something ordinary, it would lose whatever power it had over me. It didn't. That little square of paper sat in my back pocket all day, like a weight. Every time I leaned back or shifted in my chair, I could feel it pressing into my spine like a reminder. That morning I called out of work. I told them I was sick. It wasn't a lie, not in the traditional way. My stomach was a knot. My hands kept shaking. I couldn't focus on anything longer than a minute. I had this constant feeling that someone was watching me, and it wasn't paranoia, not the irrational kind. It was the kind of certainty that comes from waking up in your own bed and knowing someone's been standing over you while you slept. I unplugged the hallway camera completely. I didn't even bother trying to fix the wire. It had been cut too clean, like whoever did it wanted me to know they were careful. I boxed it up and shoved it into the hall closet with the broken vacuum and the light bulbs I never use. I left the other camera running. I needed one eye open, even if it was small and unreliable. That day, I decided to check the crawl space again. I waited until late afternoon when the light was strong and the air was hot. I grabbed a flashlight and a screwdriver and moved the planter aside. The panel came off easy, just like always. I crouched, pushed the beam into the space, and leaned forward. Everything was gone. No mattress, no blanket, no wrappers, no footprints in the dust. Even the charger cord was missing. It didn't look like someone had cleaned it up. It looked like no one had ever been there. Too clean. The air didn't smell the same either. The usual damp, earthy scent was replaced with nothing. Just dry, stale quiet. I backed out and sat on the porch for a long time after that. Not because I expected something to happen, because I didn't know what else to do. My house was quiet, my floor was clean, my crawl space was empty, but I didn't feel safe. I felt studied. Later that evening, the cat wouldn't leave the laundry room. She just sat there, staring at the wall beside the washer, tail low, ears twitching. When I picked her up, she dug her claws into my arm and hissed. She has never done that before, not once. Not even when she's sick. I set her down and left the room, closed the door behind me. I could still feel her staring through it. That night, there was no knock, no laugh, no sound. I lay in bed with the lights on, waiting for something, but the house stayed still. At 3 in the morning, I gave up and got up to make coffee. The kitchen smelled like dust and something metallic, like the scent left behind after scraping a fork across a plate too hard. I flipped on the light. There was a plate on the counter, white, clean, from my cabinet, but it was wet, like it had just been washed. I hadn't used it. I hadn't eaten all day. I checked the sink. No sponge, no soap trail, no crumbs. Just the plate, and next to it, resting upright against the backsplash, another note. This one said, "I like when you're awake." I didn't touch it. I stared at the plate, then opened the cabinet to count. One was missing. I made coffee and sat on the couch. The front door was locked. The back was too. All windows sealed. I walked the whole house, pressing my fingers to each lock, each handle. All secure. I turned off the lights, one by one. Sat in silence. No movement. No new sounds. But the plate stayed there until morning. I washed it myself slowly and put it back in the cupboard. The note I slid into the freezer. I didn't want to burn this one. Not yet. That afternoon I found something else. A photograph. It was tucked into the corner of the mirror in the hallway. Just a cheap instant print, like the kind from a drugstore kiosk, black and white, grainy. It showed the side of the house, the porch, my window slightly open. The photo was taken from the lawn, close enough that the details were sharp. But what made my blood turn was that it had been taken from a height that didn't make sense. Not eye level. Lower. Like the photographer had been crawling. I checked the back of the photo. Nothing written. Just blank paper. I stood in the hallway for a long time, holding it, not knowing what to feel. I should have been angry, scared. I was. But more than anything, I was tired. It felt like he wasn't trying to hurt me. He was just living here. Like I was a guest in his house, not the other way around. Like I had been for a long time and just hadn't noticed. When the mail came, I watched from the window. A package. No return address. Just my name. Inside a book. Hardcover. Dusty. I opened it. Inside was another note, taped to the first page. It said, "You have good taste." The book was one I hadn't thought about in years. I recognized the cover the second I opened the package, even though it was faded and the corners were soft from age. It was a mystery novel I had loved in high school. One of those slow, atmospheric ones where not much happens, but everything feels like it's unraveling anyway. I never owned a copy. I had borrowed it from the library and never found it again. And now here it was in my hands with a note taped inside saying I had good taste. I didn't know what to make of that. I sat on the couch with the book in my lap and just stared at it. The cat jumped up next to me and settled into her usual spot, curling against my side like everything was normal. But it wasn't. Nothing had been normal in weeks. The porch, the notes, the sound beneath the floor, the strange stillness of my house when the lights were off. None of it felt random anymore. It felt like a relationship. That thought chilled me more than anything else, because it meant he wasn't just hiding here. He was watching me, learning about me, finding the things I liked and building something with them. It wasn't just about space or comfort anymore. It was about attention, and attention becomes connection whether you want it or not. That night, I put the book on the coffee table and turned all the lights on again. I didn't try to sleep. I didn't even pretend to. I sat upright and waited, drinking weak tea and listening to the house settle. Around 1 a.m, I heard something in the crawl space again. Not movement, not breathing. Typing. Faint and rhythmic, like someone tapping softly on an old keyboard. I stood slowly and walked to the hallway. The sound was clearer there. It was coming from the floor just beneath the closet. A small, steady rhythm, not urgent, just present. I didn't open the door. I didn't knock. I just stood and listened. After about 5 minutes, it stopped. I waited 10 more. Then I went back to the couch. The cat was gone. That made me panic more than anything else had so far. She never left the living room at night. She was small, quiet, and usually skittish. I checked the bedroom, nothing. The bathroom. The laundry room. I even checked behind the shower curtain again, even though I knew it was pointless. Then I heard her meow. Soft, muffled. From under the floor. I ran to the porch, yanked the planter aside, and pulled the panel free. The flashlight was already in my coat pocket. I didn't think. I just crawled in. The space was dry, still clean. The air smelled like dust and pine needles. I moved forward, heart hammering. 10 feet in, I saw her. The cat. Curled on the old mattress I thought had been taken away. Blanket beside it, the charger still plugged in. Everything was back. She looked up at me and blinked slowly, like she'd just woken from a nap. She wasn't afraid. I called to her gently. She stood, stretched, and padded toward me. Behind her, in the dirt near the wall, was something small. A ceramic mug. Mine. The one I thought I had misplaced last week. Next to it was the bent spoon. Arranged carefully, deliberately. I didn't touch them. I picked up the cat and backed out, replacing the panel behind me. When I got inside, the lights were off. All of them. I had left them on. The switches worked. The power was fine. But someone had turned them off by hand. The TV was off too. And on the screen was a single fingerprint. A long, smudged mark in the middle of the glass. That night, I put the cat in the bedroom and locked the door. I sat in the kitchen with every drawer open, every cabinet empty. I wasn't looking for anything. I just didn't want anything to be hidden anymore. I needed every surface to be bare. At 3 a.m, I found the next note. It was in the fridge, taped to the milk. same handwriting. This one said, "I liked it better when you didn't know." I closed the fridge and sat on the floor. Not out of fear. Out of exhaustion. This wasn't just someone passing through. This wasn't even about squatting. This was cohabitation. He had been here longer than I thought. Maybe since before I moved in. Maybe since the first time I heard the pipes groan in the middle of the night and assumed it was just old plumbing. Maybe this was his house all along. And I was the one who had slowly been invited. I sat there until the sun came up. Then I made toast, fed the cat, and left the note on the table. It said, "I don't want to play anymore." After I left the note, I didn't expect anything to happen. I didn't know what it would mean to him, or if he would even care. I had no idea what kind of rules he followed, if any. It's easy to imagine there's some logic when something strange keeps happening, like maybe if you play along, it'll all make sense eventually. But this wasn't that kind of thing. This wasn't a pattern. It wasn't even a game. It was just presence. Something being here and not wanting to leave. I kept the house quiet for the rest of the day. No music, no television. I moved slowly, touched the walls like they were breakable. I could feel it all around me, that sense of being watched. Not aggressively, not even intrusively, just closely, like I was a fish in a tank and someone was pressing their face to the glass. I didn't find another note that day. There were no new scratches, no missing plates, no new gifts. The house was still. That night, I left the lights off on purpose. I lay on the couch again, not to sleep, but just to be there, eyes open. The cat stayed with me, curled at my feet like she always used to before everything changed. I kept my breathing slow, steady, waiting for a sound, but nothing came, not even the usual creak of the floorboards settling. No breathing, no knocking, no laughter from beneath the house. At 2 a.m, I stood and walked to the front door. It was unlocked. Not wide open, just slightly turned. The lock was out, the latch not caught. I had locked it. I always lock it. I stepped out onto the porch. The air was still and warm. My yard was quiet. No wind, no movement. But the porch mat was back. The black one with the white lettering. It said the same thing it said before. "Thanks for letting me stay." I didn't touch it. I didn't throw it away this time. I stepped over it and sat on the top step, just breathing. I sat there until the sun started to rise and the sky turned a soft, strange pink. Then I got up, went inside, and packed a bag. I didn't make a list. I didn't try to be neat about it. I grabbed what I needed: clothes, my wallet, the cat's food, a carrier. I didn't clean the kitchen. I didn't leave a note. I didn't turn the lights off. I just walked out, locked the door behind me, and left the key under the mat. I didn't know what else to do. There wasn't anything else to do. You can't argue with something that never speaks. You can't reason with someone who only exists when you're not looking. You can't win against a presence that doesn't want anything except to be near you. I stayed at a motel for 2 days. Not far, still in town. I kept thinking maybe it would follow. Maybe it would find me in the new place, knock on the walls, leave a note under the pillow. But nothing happened. The room stayed still. The mirrors were just mirrors. The floor didn't breathe. On the third day, I went back to the house. I wasn't sure why. Curiosity, maybe, or guilt, or just the need to know. The front door was still locked. The mat was still there. Inside, everything was untouched, but different. The air felt stale, not musty, not dead, just still, like it had been holding its breath since I left. I walked from room to room. Bedroom, kitchen, hallway. The crawl space panel was closed. The laundry room door was open. The book was still on the table. And on the couch, folded neatly, was a blanket I had never seen before. Not mine. Not old. Clean, folded square, resting gently where I used to sleep. There was no note. I stood there for a long time, unsure if I was being invited back or if I was simply being acknowledged. In the end, I didn't stay. I left the blanket, walked out, and shut the door. That was the last time I saw the inside of that house. I sold the lease to someone else. They didn't ask any questions. I didn't give any answers. Now I live in a new place. Top floor, no porch, no crawl space. Every light has a timer. Every door has a bolt. The cat stays close again. She sleeps at the foot of the bed and watches the window like she used to before all of this began. Sometimes, late at night, I still think about him. Not with fear exactly, just awareness. He was never violent. He never threatened me. He never tried to take anything that wasn't given. But he changed something. Not just in the house. In me. There's a kind of silence now that I didn't know existed before. The kind that comes after something has been watching you too long and finally decides to leave, not because you made it, but because it got what it wanted. Attention. Presence. Someone to stay up at night and notice the way the shadows change. I never saw his face. Not clearly. But I still feel like I knew him. Or maybe he knew me. Maybe that's why he picked my house. Maybe that's why he left. All I know is this. The porch is quiet now. The mat is gone. And I still lock the door every night. But I don't expect it to matter anymore. Because some visitors don't need permission. They just need a place to rest. And someone willing to notice. I almost didn't say anything. That's how this kind of thing starts, right? You see something weird, and your brain does that polite little trick where it just files it away and decides not to make a fuss. Probably nothing, it says. You're tired, it says. And to be fair, I was. I work overnights managing a food prep facility just outside Tampa. It's not glamorous, but it's steady. Commercial kitchen stuff, bulk orders. We do pre-chopped veg, pre-cooked meats, that kind of thing. Our place supplies a bunch of small restaurants around the area. Most people only work part-time hours, usually split shifts. And I'm the one keeping the wheels turning at night, making sure everything gets cleaned, labeled, logged. Anyway, it was a Monday morning when I first noticed it. I was doing end-of-week reporting, just double-checking shift logs before they got sent to corporate. We use a pretty basic scheduling system. Names, in-out times, job role. Nothing fancy. I usually skim it fast, just looking for missed punches or anything that might cause an issue with payroll. But this time, something caught my eye. Sunday's overnight shift had a new name listed. Brian. No last name, just Brian. Scheduled from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m., logged in under the cleaner role. He was listed like anyone else, with a valid badge number and everything. Except, and here's the part where I paused, we never hired a Brian. I know that sounds like a dumb oversight, but I've been doing this long enough to know our roster inside out. We're a small crew. We haven't hired anyone in over a month, and I personally processed the onboarding forms. I would have signed off on his background check, set up his badge, added his contact info, but there was nothing. At first, I figured it had to be a clerical error. Someone fat-fingered a name or reused an old badge ID. So I checked the ID number. It pulled up an empty profile. No email, no phone, no assigned login. That's when my stomach started doing that weird, hollow thing. I stared at the screen for maybe a minute longer than I needed to. Then I opened the CCTV archive. Every room in the building has a camera not hidden, just the usual mounted domes in the corners. Mostly we use them for safety or in case something gets reported. I filtered down to Sunday overnight, kitchen footage first. Nothing strange in the early hours. I saw Lisa from the prep crew wrapping up around 11:45 p.m., locking the cold storage. She left through the back door, keyed out as expected. Then, at 3:26 a.m., something changed. A man walked into frame, white uniform, cap, the standard kitchen getup, except I didn't recognize him. Short hair, medium build, could have been anybody, but he didn't do anything. Didn't pick up a mop or start organizing shelves. He just stood there, facing the microwave, for over an hour. I wish I could say he looked agitated or sick or even confused, but no, he was perfectly still, like statue still, not touching anything, not pacing. Just standing there like the microwave had personally wronged him, and he was waiting for it to apologize. At 4:47 a.m., right before the shift would have ended, he moved. He turned toward the camera, slowly, directly, no hesitation. And then he reached up and covered it with his hand. That was the end of the footage. I mean, I can still see the time code running for a bit, but all you get is a palm, then a dark screen. I checked the other cameras, hoping maybe I could catch him leaving or catch a side angle of what he was doing. Nothing. The hallway footage cut out right before 48 a.m. and picked up again just after 5, right as Tim came in for the morning prep. There was no footage of Brian leaving. I closed the laptop and just sat there, listening to the hum of the walk-in fridge. It was 5:30 a.m. by then. The sun was starting to come up. I didn't tell anyone right away. I told myself I needed more info. Maybe it was some system glitch. Maybe someone was doing maintenance and didn't tell me. Or maybe I was being overly paranoid. So I tried to rewind the footage again. I wanted to go back to the beginning, to 3:26 a.m., and watch it more carefully. I clicked back, same camera angle. But this time, nothing. The kitchen was empty. No man, no movement. Just the hum of the appliances and the dim glow of the emergency exit sign. I blinked a few times, rewound again. Still nothing. Same timestamp, same angle, but no Brian. It's not like he faded out or glitched. He was just never there. I tried scrubbing forward to 4:47 a.m. again, hoping I'd see the moment the camera got covered, but it never happened. The footage now just ran straight through, no interruption. No covered lens, no palm. He was gone, like completely erased. I sat back in my chair and felt this weird cold sweat break out across my back. Not panic. Just that moment your body realizes something isn't adding up, and it doesn't know which part to trust. I thought maybe I was misremembering, maybe I imagined the whole thing, but then I opened the scheduling app again. Brian was still listed, 11 p.m. to 5 a.m., cleaner shift. And that's when I printed the page. I don't know why. Instinct, maybe. I folded it and slid it into my notebook, just in case. By the time the day crew came in, I'd already decided I wouldn't say anything. Not yet. I didn't mention the schedule or the footage to anyone that first day. I had every intention of just letting it go, seriously. I figured if something was really wrong, something obvious, someone else would bring it up. And maybe I was just overthinking everything, right? Lack of sleep, long hours. One too many true crime podcasts in my ears during inventory. But then Tuesday night came. I was back on the late shift again, just me and the sound of the industrial dishwasher hissing like it was alive. I was doing supply checks in dry storage when Lisa came in early to grab a clipboard she'd left. She's been with us for over 2 years, knows the place better than I do most days. We chatted for a minute, and I don't even know what made me ask. I said, "Hey, you were here Sunday night, right? You see anyone new?" She furrowed her brow like she was trying to remember. Then she said, "Oh, the guy in the white hat." That made my stomach flip. I asked what she meant, casually. She shrugged and said, "Just some guy standing by the back wall when I was locking up. I thought he was new. I waved, but he didn't respond, just kept staring at the microwave." That same line, staring at the microwave. I asked if she told anyone. "No," she said. "Figured he was one of yours. Looked like he belonged. Uniform and all." I nodded and changed the subject. I didn't want to get into it there. After she left, I sat in the break room for a long time, just staring at the schedule again. Brian was still there, still logged for that single shift, still no last name. Still no login data, no employee file. And now at least 2 people had seen me on the footage, her in person, and he still didn't officially exist. Around 2 a.m., I decided to pull the footage again, just to double check that I hadn't imagined it disappearing. I logged into the camera archive and jumped to the kitchen view from Sunday night. Same time, 3:26 a.m. Still nothing. No man, no motion, no palm covering the camera. But the timestamp was still running, and I remembered that first time I watched it, remembered it clearly, because I'd paused it and rewound it a dozen times. I even remembered the moment he looked straight at the lens. That tiny shift in posture, the hand rising. Gone now, like it never happened. But Lisa saw him, which meant I hadn't imagined it. I didn't sleep after my shift. I just went home and lay in bed with my eyes open, listening to the hum of the ceiling fan and thinking about how many ways this could go. If this was someone sneaking in, then why? If this was some glitch or mix-up, why just one shift? Why just Sunday? And why did he cover the camera? That part felt personal, not hostile exactly, but direct, like he wanted to be seen and then erased. Later that morning, I called our regional HR rep, said I had a name show up on the shift log that didn't match any of our hiring records. She was polite but distracted, probably juggling 5 things at once. She asked for the badge number and said she'd look into it. I didn't mention the video. I wanted to see what she'd find first. She called back 2 hours later. There's no record of that name or number in the system, she said, not even archived. Are you sure it was our location? I told her I was positive, gave her the exact date and time again. Well, she said after a pause, sometimes the badge system can autofill if a deactivated number gets reused. Could be a glitch from an old profile. That would have made sense, except I knew we never had a Brian in the past either. I've handled every badge in the last year. I thanked her anyway and hung up. Then I did something stupid. I printed the CCTV stills, not even full screenshots, just some paused frames I had taken from the footage that first time. I had copied them into a draft email, not sent, just saved. And I printed them out on the office printer and took them home. 3 grainy images, one of the man standing by the microwave, one with him turned toward the camera, and the last one, the one that no longer exists, where his hand covers the lens. I taped them to my fridge. My partner was out of town for the week, and I don't know, it felt like something I needed to physically look at, like proof that I wasn't losing it. That night, I slept on the couch. The bedroom felt too far from the front door. The next morning, I noticed something strange. The middle photo, the one where he was staring at the camera, looked different. Not by much, just slightly off. His eyes. I remembered them being slightly downcast, almost neutral. But in the printed version, they were looking directly into the lens. I stared at it for a solid 10 minutes, tried to convince myself I was remembering wrong. Maybe I never paused it at exactly that moment. Maybe the printer just messed up the contrast or whatever. But the longer I stared, the more certain I became. His face had changed. And when I flipped the photo over, there was something written in pencil on the back. Just one word. Again. I did not write that. I live alone right now. No one else has keys to the place. I checked every window, every lock, nothing disturbed, no sign of a break-in. I took the photos down and shoved them in a drawer. I told myself I was being paranoid. I went to work that night like everything was fine. But deep down, I knew something had shifted. And I couldn't shake the feeling that someone else, maybe not new, had been using the building all along. By Wednesday, I started keeping my phone in my hand more than usual, not because I was scared exactly, but because I felt like I might need to document something again, or call someone, or just prove something to myself. I didn't bring up the altered photo to anyone. I told myself I could have smudged it or stared too long and just convinced myself it was different, but I did check it again, several times. And the pencil on the back, the word again, was still there, still faint, like someone pressed lightly while writing it fast. My handwriting? Maybe. But I don't remember writing it. And that's not something I'd do as a joke to myself, not with everything else going on. I started double-checking the overnight shift schedule obsessively. No new names, no Brians, just the usual staff, the regulars. A part of me hoped someone else would say something weird. Anything that might mean I wasn't the only one feeling it, but no one did. That Thursday, I ran into Marcus in the loading area. He's one of the delivery guys, only comes in a few times a week for early runs. We made some small talk, and just as he was heading out, he paused and said, "Hey, were you messing with the radios the other night?" I blinked. "What do you mean?" "You know, the headset intercom things. I left one on charge by the cooler, and when I picked it up the next morning, it was broadcasting static, like someone had keyed the mic and just left it open." I asked if he heard anyone speaking. "No," he said, "just this buzzing, like someone breathing near the mic. Didn't sound like interference, though. Sounded deliberate." I tried to laugh it off. Maybe it got knocked loose. "Maybe," he said. Then he added, "It just felt weird, that's all." After he left, I checked the radios. They were all sitting neatly in their chargers, fully powered. I turned one on and listened. Nothing, just silence. Later that night, I did a full walkthrough of the facility. I don't normally do that. I'll check the kitchen, the cooler, the break room, but I rarely bother with the upstairs offices or the old staff locker area, since no one really uses them anymore. But this time I did, just to be sure. Most of the lights up there are motion activated. As I walked past the accounting office, the overhead flickered on, not smoothly though. It stuttered, like it didn't want to stay lit. The hallway smelled faintly of burnt paper, not strong, just enough to notice if you were paying attention. The old locker room was quiet, same scuffed benches, same half-broken mirror, but one of the lockers was ajar. Not wide open, just cracked. I walked over and gave it a gentle pull. Inside was nothing. Just a folded piece of white cloth on the top shelf. I reached up and unfolded it. It was a uniform shirt, our kitchen whites, crisp, clean, no name tag. It looked brand new, like it had been ironed. And inside the folded fabric, something fell out, a small badge card. Just the plastic insert, no clip. It had one word printed in all caps: Brian. No last name, no employee number, just Brian. I didn't touch it. I don't know why. I just stared at it like it might do something if I got too close. Eventually, I put the shirt back, carefully, closed the locker. I didn't take the badge. Back downstairs, I tried to act like nothing had happened. I kept telling myself that someone was playing a joke. Maybe someone found an old blank badge insert and wanted to mess with me after I asked HR about that name. But there was no one who would have known. No one who had access to both the shift logs and the locker room. Not unless they had been watching me very, very closely. Friday, I finally told Claire about it. She doesn't work with me, she used to, years ago, but now she's in retail. We meet up every few weeks, grab lunch, vent about dumb coworkers or rent or whatever. I told her everything, from the shift log to the footage that disappeared, to the man covering the camera, to the shirt in the locker upstairs. She didn't laugh, didn't roll her eyes. She just said, You need to stop going in there alone. I'm the overnight manager. I know, she said, but you don't get paid enough to deal with this kind of thing. We sat there for a while in silence. She took a fry from my plate, stared at it, then said, "You remember those stories from a few years back? The ones about people living in walls?" I gave her a look. "What? Squatters?" "Yeah, kind of. But there was this case where a guy had been living in the attic of a fast food place for months. He would come out at night, steal food, leave notes. No one noticed until a cook caught him on camera, eating cold fries at 4 in the morning. I tried to laugh. "You think Brian's living in our vents?" "I don't know, but something's off. And if you're not imagining it, then someone's using that place like it still belongs to them." I walked home after that feeling half comforted and half worse. I kept thinking about that badge, about how clean the shirt was, how folded, like someone had prepared it, like they were waiting for their shift to start again. And this time, they wanted to be remembered. I thought about quitting. That sounds dramatic, but it honestly crossed my mind more than once. I'd never had that kind of thought before, not seriously, not even on the worst overnight shifts. But now I was coming into work feeling watched, checking corners like I was waiting for something to jump out. It made everything feel off, even the sounds, even silence. Still, I kept showing up, partly because I didn't want to look weak, mostly because I needed to understand what was happening, and maybe, deep down, I hoped it would all just stop on its own. Like a fever breaking. Saturday night started out quiet, just me, a skeleton crew, and the usual humming of machines in the background. I spent the first hour reorganizing some shipment logs and double-checking the next week's supply orders. Then I walked the main floor like I always do. Everything was clean. No missed labels. No lights left on in storage. But when I passed the break room, something caught my eye. The microwave door was open. No big deal, someone probably forgot to close it, but something about it stopped me in my tracks. I looked inside. A single paper napkin was folded neatly on the glass tray. That's it. Just one white napkin, perfectly square, like it had been pressed flat with care. I reached in, expecting it to be blank. It wasn't. There was something written on it in blue ink. 2 words. Clock in. I held it between my fingers for a long time. I wish I could say I was scared, but it was more confusion than anything. Not confusion like, what does this mean? But confusion like, who left this for me? The only people in the building that night were Marcus, who had clocked out already, and Dana, who was currently on cold storage inventory. I walked to the back and asked her if she'd been in the break room. She shook her head. Not since lunch. I didn't mention the napkin. I just nodded and told her to take her time. Back in the office, I checked the access logs. Every door and badge use in the building gets logged in the system. That's how we track who's where and when. There was a new entry. 11:15 p.m. Badge number, Burn 07. The system listed it as active. There was no such badge in circulation. We don't use letter codes like that. And I checked again, no profile, no name, no metadata, just the time and the tag, break room entry. I took a screenshot of the log and emailed it to myself. Then I did something I hadn't done before. I stayed in the break room. I sat at the small metal table with my arms crossed, watching the microwave like it might do something. The lights buzzed overhead. The vending machine clicked once. Nothing else moved. Midnight came and went. And then I heard footsteps. Not loud, just one or two slow steps from the hallway outside. They stopped right before the doorway. I stood up and waited. No one came in. I walked over to the door and looked out. The hallway was empty. But one of the lockers down the hall, the same locker where I had found the uniform shirt, was open again. Wide this time. I walked over and looked inside. The shirt was gone. In its place was something new. A pair of kitchen gloves, neatly placed together, fingers interlocked like two hands at rest. On the inside of one glove, someone had written a message, same blue ink. Still here. I didn't touch them. I backed away and went back to the break room, shut the door, and sat down again. I didn't know what I was waiting for anymore. An explanation? A confrontation? Around 2:30 a.m., the lights in the hallway flickered once. The motion sensor in the corridor pinged. But no one was there. I stood up slowly and walked back to the office. Pulled up the security feeds again. 3 of the cameras were fine, but the hallway cam, the one near the break room, showed only static. I refreshed the feed, same thing. Then I rewound to 2 minutes earlier. And there he was. Brian, standing just outside the break room door, facing away from the camera, not moving. The footage played for 20 seconds, then it cut to static. I hit pause, zoomed in. His uniform looked freshly ironed, the name tag still missing, but I could see something in his right hand. A pair of gloves. I went cold. I tried refreshing the feed again, jumping forward in the timeline. Nothing. When I returned to the hallway 20 minutes later, the locker was shut again. Gloves gone. I called Claire the next morning, told her everything, every detail this time, even the napkin, even the badge log. She was quiet for a while. Then she asked something that stuck with me. "What if this isn't someone pretending to be on shift?" she said. "What if they think they still work there?" I don't get it. What if they were fired, or let go, or just forgot, and now they're showing up like nothing ever changed? That theory hit harder than I expected. Because it didn't feel violent. None of it did. It didn't feel like someone trying to scare me. It felt procedural. Like whoever this was just following a routine they believed still existed. But how do you forget being fired? How do you get deleted from every system? How do you vanish from camera footage? And why now? Why come back? That night, I left the microwave napkin where it was, just in case he needed it. By Sunday, I'd started locking the office door during my shift. It wasn't standard protocol or anything, there's usually no reason to, but I told myself it was just a safety thing. Just in case someone wandered in. Just in case I imagined all of this and needed to feel in control again. I kept telling myself that part, just in case. The napkin was still in the microwave when I got in, folded exactly the same way. I hadn't touched it since I found it. I just checked to see if it had moved. It hadn't. I didn't do my usual walkthrough that night. I stayed mostly in the office, eyes on the monitors. The hallway camera feed was back, but I didn't trust it anymore. Not after what I'd seen disappear. Not after I watched him vanish in real time. Around midnight, the building got that heavy silence again, like everything was holding its breath. That's always the worst part about working overnights, the way normal sounds feel too loud, and the quiet ones feel planned. I got up to refill my water bottle and paused by the break room again. The napkin was gone. Just gone. No crumbs, no paper, no trace. I walked the hallway slow. The lights hummed. I passed the locker area again. The door that had been shut for days now hung open. Inside was a folded piece of paper. Not a napkin this time. Printer paper, folded perfectly in half. I looked around before reaching in, took it out and opened it. No words, just a hand-drawn map. It was crude lines and angles drawn quickly, but with clear intent. It showed the layout of our facility. Kitchen, cold storage, break room, loading dock. But there was an X marked in a place that didn't make sense. Behind the dry storage, the back wall, a spot that, as far as I knew, was just a dead end where some cleaning supplies were kept. I checked the badge log again, nothing since the night before. No burn 07 showing up, no recent entries, just silence. I stared at the map for a long time. Then I got a flashlight and went to check. Dry storage is just a long room lined with metal shelving units and stacks of sealed bulk containers. I walked past the usual pallets of flour and bulk onions, then reached the back wall. There wasn't anything marked, no door or hatch, but when I shined the light lower, something caught the beam. A smudge. At the base of the wall, just above the floor, was a patch of slightly cleaner paint, like something had been moved. I pushed on it. Nothing. I crouched and pressed my fingers along the seam, and there it was, a groove, barely visible, a small panel that gave way with pressure. It opened inward, just enough to crawl through. I didn't go in. Not then. I stood there, crouched in that narrow gap, heart pounding like it was trying to warn me off. The air coming through the opening was colder, not frigid like the cooler, but still wrong, still stale. I marked the panel with chalk. We use it for temporary labeling sometimes, and closed it again. I didn't sleep that day. Couldn't. I called Claire and told her about the map, about the wall, about the panel. You didn't go inside? No. She paused. Good. Do you think I should? No. I think you should call someone, but I also know you won't. She was right. Because there was still no crime. No break-in, no real evidence of anything, unless you counted missing footage and disappearing napkins. And I wasn't about to call the police to report a strange drawing and event-sized hole in the wall. Still, something about that space gnawed at me. That night, I brought a second flashlight. I didn't even plan to use it. I told myself I just wanted to confirm the panel was still there. But when I got to it, something had changed. The chalk mark was gone. The panel was open. Not wide, just slightly ajar. I stood there staring at it, not moving, listening. And then, from somewhere deep inside, I heard it. A beep, like a microwave timer going off. Once, then silence, then again. I stepped back, slowly, closed the panel, pressed it shut until it clicked again. I went back to the office and sat down, just breathing. I thought about Brian, about how he just stood in front of that microwave, never moving, like he was waiting for something. And now the sound was coming from behind the walls. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't just ignore it, but I also wasn't going to crawl in there alone, so I compromised. I set up a small sensor near the panel. Nothing fancy, just a motion detector meant for storage rooms. It was supposed to ping my phone if anything moved nearby. Then I waited. Around 3:10 a.m., it buzzed. I stared at the alert for a solid minute. Motion detected, dry storage west wall. I got up, walked the hallway again, slower than usual. The panel was closed this time, but there were fresh smudges on the wall. Like fingers, grease-streaked, 4 of them near the edge. I checked the floor and saw them there too. Bare footprints. Not full prints, just heel smudges and the balls of feet, like someone with no shoes had been crouching. I followed them a few feet, then lost them near the cleaning cart. Back in the office, I tried to check the hallway camera again. It glitched. Just that one feed. The rest were fine. At exactly 3:26 a.m., the screen froze, then flickered, then showed the hallway. Empty, but for a split second, maybe, a frame or two, I saw him. Brian, facing the wall, not moving, not turned toward the camera this time, just waiting, like he knew the shift was almost over. I didn't go back in after that night. I finished my shift. I stayed until dawn like I always do, but something in me changed. It wasn't fear exactly. It was like the air in that place wasn't mine anymore. Like I was intruding. Like someone else had claimed it first. I didn't say anything to my boss, not really. Just told her I needed to swap to a day shift if one ever opened up. I blamed it on sleep issues and personal stress, and maybe that wasn't a lie. By the end of that week, I was shadowing the early shift, answering emails, doing supply counts in sunlight instead of under flickering fluorescents, and I kept my mouth shut. But I didn't forget. The panel in dry storage never opened again. I checked once, on my last overnight. It was sealed like nothing had ever moved. I ran my hand along the wall just to be sure, cold and still. The badge number BRN07 never reappeared in the logs. The system updated overnight and wiped out old errors. Or maybe it just gave up trying to catalog something it was never designed to hold. I pulled the motion detector, took it home. It sits in a drawer now, batteries out. I keep telling myself I'll use it someday in a garage or for storage or something normal. I never did figure out what I was supposed to do with the map. Or with the word again. Or with the feeling that Brian had once been real, not a ghost, not a monster, just a person who had been forgotten in a place that didn't need him anymore. A few weeks later, I asked around carefully, not direct questions, more like small talk with the older staff. Anyone remember someone named Brian ever working here? Most of them said no. But one guy, Carlos, paused. He's been around longer than anyone, pushing 10 years now. He squinted, thinking, and then said something that stuck with me. There was a Brian, real quiet guy, worked overnight, didn't last long. I asked why. He shrugged. He just stopped showing up. One night, he was here. Next, gone. We figured he quit. I asked what year that was. He thought about it. Maybe 5 years ago? Could be more. Why? I just said I saw the name on some old logs. Wanted to make sure it wasn't a mistake. He nodded and changed the subject. That night, I went home and looked through my notes. I hadn't kept much. I didn't want a full-on paper trail, but I had the screenshots. I had the napkin with clock in still folded in my kitchen drawer, and I had the gloves, the ones from the locker, sealed in a zip bag, like I thought they might matter someday. I kept thinking about how everything he did felt like a routine. How he showed up, stood in the right place, followed the schedule, how he covered the camera like he was clocking out. What if that was all it was? What if this wasn't about haunting or revenge or scaring anyone? What if he just didn't realize he was done? That thought hit me harder than anything else. Because I've known people like that. People who stayed too long in places that stopped seeing them. People who kept showing up because it was all they knew. I kept going over that final glimpse from the hallway cam. The way Brian stood facing the wall, still and calm, like he was waiting for a door to open, or like he was ready to leave but didn't know how. And the beep, the one I heard from the panel, I started to wonder if that was his last signal, his sign out, the end of the shift. Claire asked me once, "What do you think he wanted?" I told her the truth. I think he wanted someone to notice. After that, I let it go. I stopped checking the cameras. I deleted the badge screenshots. I threw away the gloves. Not out of fear, out of respect maybe, or closure, I'm not sure. The only thing I kept was the napkin. I don't know why. Some nights, when I get home late and the house is dark, I look at it, that little blue message. Clock in. It doesn't feel scary anymore, just quiet, just like a reminder. Of what? Maybe of all the invisible work people do, all the places they go without being seen, all the ways we fade from systems and schedules and still leave footprints behind. I still work there, by the way. Days only. The overnight role stayed vacant for a while. No one filled it. And then last week, I heard someone ask about it again. Some new manager wondering if we should repost the listing, reopen the shift. I didn't say anything, just looked out at the hallway. And for a second, I thought I saw something move past the break room door. But it was just a reflection. Or maybe not. I don't know what Brian was. A man who got overlooked. A memory replaying, a routine still echoing through the walls. But I do know one thing. That shift was his, and now it's over. I hired her on a Monday. It wasn't some big decision, I just needed help. My place had gotten out of hand. Work had been busy. I'd been putting off little things that turned into big messes, and the thought of spending my one day off scrubbing baseboards made me feel bone-tired. I wasn't looking for anything fancy, just a basic cleaning. I searched online, but most of the bigger services were either booked solid or charged too much. Then I found a smaller listing buried a few pages deep into a local search. The website was simple, bare bones, honestly. White background, light blue text, no frills. Reliable local cleaning, it said. Underneath was a phone number, a short description, and a few blurry photos of freshly vacuumed carpets and sparkling sinks. No reviews. I hesitated, but something about it seemed low-key, not scammy exactly, just outdated, like it had been built in 2008 and never touched again. The price was right, and I didn't feel like scrubbing my bathtub. So I texted the number. A reply came 10 minutes later. Yes, available Thursday morning. Cleaner is vaccinated. Will bring supplies. Cash or Venmo. Let me know the address. I sent the address. They said they'd arrive between 9 and 10. That was it. No confirmation email, no intake form, nothing official. Thursday morning came. I was up early, half scrubbing the bathroom out of guilt when the doorbell rang at 9:05. I opened the door to find a woman standing there in a gray coat, holding a large tote bag. She was older, maybe late 60s, with neatly tied back hair and a face that didn't smile, just sort of acknowledged me. She had no name tag, no shirt with the company logo, just her, quiet, expressionless. "Hi," I said, "you're with a cleaning service?" She nodded once. "Okay, great. Come on in." She stepped inside and looked around briefly. Still no smile, no small talk. She pulled a pair of rubber gloves from her bag and went straight for the kitchen. Everything's pretty self-explanatory," I said, trailing after her. "Kitchen, living room, bathroom, and the bedroom, if you have time. Nothing crazy." She just nodded again and started clearing off my counter. Something about how fast she moved caught me off guard. She wasn't rushing, exactly, but she had this kind of mechanical rhythm, wiping, spraying, stacking, like she'd done it 1,000 times in 1,000 identical houses. I offered her coffee, but she shook her head. I had a Zoom meeting for work, so I took my laptop into the bedroom and shut the door. I could hear her moving through the house, quiet but consistent, like the rhythm of a washing machine in the next room. The call went long, maybe 45 minutes, and by the time I came back out, she was already halfway through the bathroom. She'd finished the kitchen, counters wiped, floor mopped, sink gleaming. It looked great, honestly better than I expected. I thanked her. She didn't really respond, just moved on to the hallway mirror. She finished around 10:50, pulled off her gloves, nodded again, and started packing up. I asked her if she had Venmo. She took out her phone, typed in her handle at Elclens28, and showed it to me. I sent the money, added a 20 tip, and waited for the confirmation. "Do you need me to leave a review anywhere?" I asked. She blinked, then shook her head. "Oh, okay." She gave one more polite nod and walked out without another word. I watched her leave through the front window. She crossed the lawn, got into a silver sedan, older model, no plates on the front, and pulled away slowly. I stood there for a moment, weirdly unsure of what to do with myself. The house was spotless. The cleaner had done a great job. But something about the whole thing felt unfinished. I went to the kitchen to plug in my phone and noticed the charger was on the counter, unplugged, coiled neatly. That was odd. I never unplug it. I shook it off and walked into the bedroom to make the bed, even though I knew she'd already done it. That's when I noticed the top drawer of my dresser was slightly open. Just a crack. It was my underwear drawer. I never leave it open. I pulled it out, checking to see if anything was missing, but nothing jumped out. Everything was still folded, still there, as far as I could tell. But the idea that it had been opened without my knowing it stuck. Back in the kitchen, I opened the drawer where I keep my utensils, forks, knives, all lined up in the tray. But one of the knives was gone. Not one of the butter knives, one of the good ones, a small chef's knife I used for cutting fruit. I checked the dishwasher, nothing. Checked the sink, clean, empty. It was just gone. I walked through the apartment again, slower this time. I looked in every drawer, opened the closets, checked the bathroom cabinets. Nothing else seemed out of place. I told myself it was fine, that maybe I'd misplaced the knife, or maybe I opened the drawer earlier and forgot, that maybe the cleaner had unplugged the charger just to move something around. Still, I tried calling the number from the website, just to be safe. It rang once, then disconnected. I tried again. This time, nothing at all. I pulled up the website. Gone. Just a 404 error. No company logo. No contact info. No trace it had ever existed. I went to Venmo, tapped the payment, and clicked the profile. The photo was generic, just a gray silhouette. The name was listed as L. Carter. No other transactions. I copied the name and searched it. The first few results were noise LinkedIn profiles, Facebook accounts. Then I saw a local news article from 3 months ago. Short, almost nothing. A woman named Lisa Carter arrested in connection with a string of home burglaries in the region. No mugshot, just a name, a brief mention, and a note that the investigation was ongoing. There were other results. Older ones, a police scanner log from 2019 mentioning the same name, same area, assault and theft. I stared at the screen. Then I looked around my apartment. Clean, quiet, nothing broken. Just a drawer cracked open, a knife missing, a charger unplugged. Small things, but it was enough. That night, I kept thinking about the drawer. It was such a small thing. It shouldn't have bothered me as much as it did. Nothing was missing. Nothing was broken. The place looked great. But I knew I didn't leave it open, and there was something about the way it was just slightly cracked, like it had been opened and closed a little too fast, that got under my skin. I stood in the bedroom doorway, staring at it for way too long. I even reopened the drawer and ran my hand over the folded stacks. Nothing felt different, but still, I knew it had been touched. You can just tell sometimes. I walked back into the kitchen and checked again for the knife. I looked through every drawer, the dish rack, the trash, even the fridge. It was just gone. Not stolen in the traditional sense, just taken, slipped away, quietly. I sat on the couch and stared at the blank TV screen for almost an hour. I told myself it didn't matter. Maybe she'd moved the drawer to dust and forgot to shut it. Maybe the knife had ended up in the wrong place. Maybe I was overreacting because of how weirdly quiet she'd been. Still, I kept the living room light on all night. Not on purpose, I just never turned it off. The next morning I tried the number again, same thing, one ring, then nothing. I tried from a different phone just in case, same result. I searched again for the website, still gone, cleared my history, tried incognito, nothing. That's when I opened the Venmo app and stared at the profile again. L. Carter, no profile picture, no friends, no public transactions. I searched her name again, this time narrowing it to my city. A couple of local forums came up, mostly junk, but one thread stood out. Someone had posted about a woman named Lisa Carter claiming to be a cleaner, then disappearing with a bunch of valuables. The original post was months old. The replies were scattered. A few people said they'd heard similar stories. One person mentioned their sister's friend had hired someone by that name and swore her place was off afterward. Another said she was arrested a while back but never charged. I clicked on one reply from a user named Dorian House 86. It said, "My mom hired her. Weird energy. Nothing was missing, but stuff felt moved. My mom got paranoid and installed cameras. Called the police, but they didn't take her seriously." That made my stomach turn a little. I got up, walked the apartment again. Same loop. Kitchen, bedroom, closet, bathroom. Nothing new. Nothing obviously out of place. Still, I ended up going to Target later that day and bought a little camera, one of those small magnetic ones you can stick above a doorway or on a bookshelf. It connects to your phone and records everything. I didn't think I'd actually need it, but I needed to feel like I was doing something. I set it up in the living room, angled toward the front door and hallway. That night I lay in bed and stared at the ceiling for what felt like hours. I heard noises I'd never noticed before, pops in the walls, cars in the distance, the hum of the fridge. I kept trying to remember more details about her. The way she moved, her face, her hands. She didn't wear gloves the whole time. I remembered seeing her bare hands when she was packing up. Pale, thin, her nails were clean but short, like she cut them often, not bitten clipped. I remembered how quiet she was, not in a shy way, just blank, like she wasn't really there. Thursday night passed without incident, then Friday, then Saturday. The camera picked up nothing but me coming and going, checking my phone, pacing around like someone twice my age. I started to relax. Told myself maybe it was just a weird experience. Maybe she'd cleaned the drawer and forgotten to close it. Maybe I'd misplaced the knife. Maybe she was a real cleaner with a sketchy past who just wanted cash gigs and didn't talk much. But then Sunday afternoon, I noticed something new. The charger in my bedroom was gone. Not unplugged, gone. I was sure I hadn't moved it. It had been plugged in next to the nightstand since I bought it. I checked the floor, the drawer, under the bed. I searched the entire apartment twice, then again just to be sure. I even opened the closet and dug through my laundry basket like maybe I'd dropped it in a half-asleep state. Nothing. That weird, cold feeling crept back in. Someone had been in the apartment. That night, I watched the entire week's worth of camera footage again, frame by frame. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. No sign of anyone entering. But I hadn't installed the camera until after she left. There was a key hidden under the potted plant on my porch. Had been for years. Everyone did it. A backup for locked doors, for friends stopping by, for the dog walker. I'd never thought twice about it. I went outside. The plant was moved. Just slightly. It wasn't centered the way I always left it. I lifted it. The key was still there. But it was clean. Cleaner than the dirt around it, like someone had used it, then set it right back. I didn't know what to do. Call the police and tell them what? That I hired a cleaner and now my charger was missing? That my kitchen knife was gone? That a drawer was cracked open? They'd roll their eyes, maybe take a report. Nothing would happen. I brought the spare key inside and hid it in a drawer under some socks. Then I ordered a deadbolt with a code lock and paid extra for same-day delivery. I spent Sunday night double-checking the windows. I turned on the camera's motion alert setting. I locked every door twice. But I still didn't sleep. Not really. Because if she had the key once, there was a chance she made a copy. And if she made a copy, she could come back any time. I didn't leave the apartment Monday. I told work I was sick. That part wasn't a lie. I felt like I hadn't slept in days, like my nerves were frayed just enough that one more strange thing might tip me over the edge. So I stayed home. Sat on the couch most of the day with the TV on low and the camera app open on my phone, checking the live feed every 30 seconds even though I was sitting in the same room. Every sound felt louder. Every breeze from the hallway vent made me flinch. I started making little mental notes of where things were: my bag on the chair, the coaster under my water glass, the way the rug sat just a bit off-center. That way, if something shifted, I'd know. Around noon, I went through my drawers again, not looking for anything missing this time, just looking. My underwear drawer was still fine, jewelry box untouched. But one of my earrings, the left one from a pair of little gold hoops I wore a lot, had been moved. Not stolen, just turned. The clasp was facing up instead of down. It was probably nothing, but still. I grabbed my laptop and went digging again. Back to forums, missing person boards, crime discussion threads. I searched Lisa Carter Cleaner, Georgia, even though I wasn't in Georgia, hoping maybe she'd moved around. Nothing solid. A few vague mentions, but always indirect. Nothing traceable. I typed her name into Facebook, Instagram, even Pinterest. I didn't really expect to find her, and I didn't. Just more blank profiles, empty usernames, gray silhouettes. I tried the Venmo account again, same as before. No photo, no friends, just a name. Around 3, I looked at the camera footage from the night before. Still nothing, but I kept watching. I even scrubbed through Saturday again, in case I'd missed something. And that's when I saw it. It was quick, maybe 3 seconds total. A soft flicker of movement on the very edge of the screen, just inside the frame where the hallway meets the living room. It happened just after midnight. I rewound it, slowed it down. They're just barely visible, a shadow that shouldn't be there, too low for the coat rack, too wide for the cat, and I don't even have a cat. No sound, no clear shape, but the camera picked up the shift in light. It wasn't the kind of thing that could be explained by wind or passing cars. It was inside. I felt that cold flush run down my spine, the one that makes your hands feel hollow and your mouth dry. I stared at the screen, heart pounding, suddenly very aware of every unlocked app on my phone, every account I'd used without thinking, every little digital trail I might have left behind. And then I thought about the plant again. The spare key I'd brought inside. I checked the drawer, still there. But now I couldn't shake the idea that a second copy existed, that maybe she'd made one the first time she was here, that maybe she didn't need the spare under the plant at all. I went to the door and stared at it like that would tell me something. The deadbolt was locked, so was the bottom lock. Everything looked untouched, but I didn't trust it anymore. That night, I pushed a chair up under the doorknob before bed. I turned the living room lamp toward the window so it looked like someone was awake. I put my phone and pepper spray on the nightstand and left the camera app open beside my pillow. Sleep came in short, shallow pockets. Half an hour here, 20 minutes there. Every creak in the floorboards felt too deliberate. Every shift in light outside made me sit up. At one point, just after 3, I thought I heard something. A tap, maybe, or a click. I froze, held my breath, but it didn't happen again. Morning came eventually, even though it didn't feel like it. I got up and started coffee, and it was only when I pulled the mug from the cabinet that I noticed something else. One of the mugs was turned the wrong way. All of mine face right handles at 4 o'clock, always. It's a habit, not OCD, just preference. I always turn them that way when I unload the dishwasher, but this one was facing left. I stared at it for a long time. Then I checked the cabinets. One of the cereal boxes was backward, not upside down, just facing the wrong way. It wasn't proof, not really, but it was enough to know I wasn't imagining this. Someone had been here again. I called the police that afternoon. I didn't want to. I knew how it would go, but I needed the paper trail. I needed someone to write it down, to log the name, to at least pretend to take me seriously. The officer who came out was polite, young, clearly trying to seem helpful. She took notes while I explained everything. The cleaning appointment, the missing knife, the unlocked key, the charger, the camera footage. When I showed her the clip of the shadow, she leaned in and watched it twice. She didn't say much, just asked if I had a screenshot of the Venmo profile. I did. She wrote down the name, said she'd check with their system to see if anything popped. Said it wasn't much, but it was something. Then she gave me the speech I'd expected. Without clear footage or forced entry, there's not much we can do right now, but we'll log this. If anything else happens, don't hesitate to call. And if you feel unsafe, don't wait. Get somewhere public. I nodded. She left. And that night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat on the couch with the lights on and the front door in view, one eye on the hallway, the other on my phone, just waiting for that shadow to flicker again. Tuesday night was when I stopped pretending. I hadn't left the apartment in almost 2 full days. Every time I tried, I ended up pacing by the door, checking the locks again, listening for sounds in the hallway. I even canceled a coffee date with Lydia, told her I had a cold, which wasn't exactly a lie. I felt sick, but it wasn't anything a thermometer could catch. I didn't even shower. That was the first time I caught myself doing something different, not out of laziness, but caution. It felt stupid, but I didn't want to be distracted. Didn't want to miss something. I kept thinking, what if she comes while I'm in the bathroom? What if that's when she tries the door again? I checked the camera footage obsessively, every 2 hours, then every hour. I kept the app open on my phone so I could see the live feed in the corner while I scrolled or tried to read. But I wasn't really reading. The apartment was clean, too clean now. Every drawer perfectly aligned, every cabinet checked twice. I'd started setting little traps without really calling them that. Left a piece of paper folded just barely under the edge of the doormat. Placed a single crumb on the counter. Lined up the salt and pepper shakers so they were touching. They were small things, but I needed to know if anything moved. I also took the spare key I'd hidden in the sock drawer and drove it across town. Dropped it into a random donation box outside a Goodwill just to get it away from me. I didn't trust anything anymore. That night, I dragged a kitchen chair into the hallway and sat across from the front door with my laptop. I didn't plan on doing it all night, just for an hour or two, but I lost track of time. It was almost 2 in the morning when I heard the sound. A tap. Then silence. Then another. It wasn't loud, just deliberate, like someone testing the surface of the door, or tapping with a fingernail. I went perfectly still, didn't breathe, just stared at the knob. It didn't turn, the lock didn't jiggle, but the tapping came again, 3 in a row, like a pattern. Then nothing. I waited. I don't know how long, maybe 10 minutes, maybe 30. Then I stood up and stepped silently to the peephole. No one there. But the hallway felt wrong, like it had just been disturbed, like the air was still settling. I didn't open the door. I didn't even touch it. I just sat back down, picked up my phone, and checked the camera feed. Nothing. I rewound the last 10 minutes and played it twice. Nothing. The feed didn't cover the hallway. Just the inside. And I knew then, without question, that someone had been just on the other side, testing, watching, maybe listening. I didn't go back to sleep. I didn't even blink much. When the sun came up, I went to the hardware store and bought a second lock. Not a deadbolt and inside latch. Something that could only be opened from the inside, even if you had the key. I also bought a doorstop alarm, tiny little wedge you stick under the door that screeches like a fire alarm if the door moves at all. That afternoon I installed both. The latch went on crooked, but it held. The alarm made me jump when I tested it. Good. I also called the cleaning service number again. Still disconnected. I searched the site again, still gone. The Venmo account? Still blank, no history, no response when I sent a request for a refund, just to see. At this point, I wasn't expecting anything to change, but I kept looking anyway. It was like scratching at something under the skin. You know it won't help, but you can't stop. Around 6, Lydia texted again. "You alive?" I stared at the message for a long time. She had no idea what was happening. I hadn't told her the full story. I didn't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist. "I'm fine, just tired," I wrote. She sent back a thumbs-up emoji and nothing else. Later that night, I checked the traps again. The paper under the mat was gone. Not shifted, gone. I checked the garbage and recycling. Nothing. I hadn't vacuumed. I hadn't swept. It hadn't just blown away. I'd placed it carefully, just enough to see if the door had moved. And now it was missing. The crumb on the counter was still there. But the salt and pepper shakers, they weren't touching anymore. I knew I hadn't moved them. It was like someone was toying with me. Not robbing, not threatening. Just showing me. I'm still here. I locked every window that night. I placed my spare car key with the built-in alarm next to the bed. I even opened the utility closet and unscrewed the broom handle, just to have something solid nearby. And then I sat in bed with the lights off and the phone in my hand and waited. Half of me expected nothing. Half of me expected the door to swing open and end it all. But neither happened. Just silence. Just another night of no sleep. Just the long, slow awareness that whoever she wasn't finished. And she didn't need to be in the apartment to remind me of that. She'd already been here. She already knew what scared me. And now, she was using it. I woke up Wednesday morning with the kind of clarity that usually only comes after you've lost something. I hadn't actually slept, not in any real way, but sometime around 5:30, as the first sliver of daylight pushed through the blinds, I sat up, and something just clicked. I was done waiting. The fear was still there, sitting in my chest like a rock, but it wasn't in charge anymore. It was background noise now, not the main event. There's something strange that happens when you live with dread long enough. You start to get used to it. And once it stops being the scariest thing in the room, you have space to move. I made coffee, ate toast, didn't even check the camera right away. For the first time since the cleaner had come, I didn't rush to prove something had changed, because I already knew it had. I checked the traps later. The salt and pepper shakers were back in place, perfectly aligned. The crumb was gone, and this time there was something new. The smallest item on my key ring, a tiny flashlight I'd never used, was sitting on the hallway table. I hadn't put it there. I hadn't even touched my keys. She'd been back, again. And this time, she wanted me to know. I didn't call the police. I didn't want another officer telling me there was nothing they could do. I didn't want a report filed away in a drawer that no one would read. Instead, I grabbed my laptop, the USB drive with all the camera footage, and started writing everything down, every time, every detail, a full timeline from the day I found the website to now. I didn't just include the missing knife or the open drawer. I included the texts, the payment, the missing charger, the backward cereal box, the sound at the door. I wrote it all, printed 2 copies, and sealed them in envelopes. One I put in my bag, the other I dropped in the outgoing mail slot addressed to my sister. It wasn't about being dramatic. It was about making sure someone else knew. That afternoon I took a cab across town and walked 3 blocks to a coffee shop I used to go to in college. It was familiar, busy, full of people who didn't look twice at me. I sat near the back, ordered a drink I didn't want, and used their Wi-Fi to check the Venmo profile again. Still there, still blank. Then I tried something I hadn't before. I created a new Venmo account, different name, different phone number. I sent a payment request to L. Carter, just $10. In the notes, I typed, "You came back, I know." I watched the screen for 15 minutes. Nothing. Then I walked a few blocks more, found a public library, and used one of their computers to search for her again. But this time, I tried variations of the name. Lisa Carter, Linda C., L. Chapman, Cleaner Assault Report. Something finally hit. A brief police bulletin from almost 5 years ago. It was light on detail, just a name, a vague location in another county, and a single line that caught my eye. No charges filed, suspect released. The report listed her age. At the time, she would have been in her early 60s. Same age as the woman who walked into my house last week. I printed the page. When I got home, nothing looked different. The lights were off. The apartment was quiet. But that didn't mean anything anymore. I checked the footage. The camera had captured 4 hours of silence. Then, at 2:13 p.m., something new. Not the hallway this time. The camera had been moved. Just slightly. The angle had changed. It was now pointed a little more to the right, still catching the living room, but missing the hallway entirely. No alert, no sound. Just a perfect, silent adjustment. It wasn't me. I closed the app, turned off the lights, and sat on the floor next to the couch with the curtains drawn. I don't know why. It felt like the only place I could see everything at once. That's where I was when my phone buzzed. It was a Venmo notification. Payment request accepted. From @LCliens28. No message. Just the $10 sent back to me. She'd seen the note. She'd responded. That was her way of saying, "Yes, I know you know." And I think she liked it. I didn't respond. I unplugged the router, took the camera off the wall, and packed everything electronic into a box and shoved it under the bed. No more watching, no more tracking. Let her wonder if I was still scared. Let her wonder if I was waiting. Because I wasn't, not anymore. I spent the rest of the evening doing something I hadn't done in days, reclaiming my space. I cleaned, I reorganized, I played music, I cooked dinner, I left every drawer wide open while I worked, like a dare. Come look again, see what's different. She didn't come that night, or if she did, she didn't touch anything. But I could feel her out there, close, hovering at the edge of whatever this had become. She'd gotten away with it for so long, with slipping in and out, with watching, with taking. But she didn't know what to do when someone turned around and stared back. She came back Thursday. I knew she would. I'd been waiting, just not in the way I had before. Not the kind of waiting that wears you down, keeps your chest tight and your lights on all night. This was different. A kind of stillness I hadn't felt in weeks. I had no camera running, no app open, no security system notifications to obsess over. I'd stripped all of it away the night before. If she was going to show herself again, it was going to be face to face. I stayed home that whole day, moved around the apartment the way I used to barefoot, music playing low in the background, windows cracked to let the breeze in. I didn't leave any traps this time. I didn't check my drawers. I didn't touch the knife block. By then, I didn't need more evidence. I already knew the truth. It was around 6:45 p.m. The light was golden sharp, hitting everything just right. I was in the kitchen washing a dish when I saw her. She was standing across the street, just barely visible between the tree branches, not moving, not hiding. Just watching. I dried my hands slowly, walked to the window, and looked straight at her. She didn't flinch. She wasn't wearing the same gray coat as before. This time it was black, clean, sharp. Her hair was pulled back again. Her face looked exactly the way I remembered, calm, unreadable. But there was something different in her eyes. I think she knew it was over. That I wasn't scared anymore. That whatever game she thought she was playing, whatever power she thought she had, it didn't work here now. We stared at each other for what felt like a full minute. Then she turned and walked away. Not rushed, not dramatic. Just gone. I didn't call the police. I didn't take a photo. I didn't even write it down until the next morning, because it didn't matter anymore. I'd already won. The fear wasn't in the apartment anymore. It was with her now. I never saw her again. Not in person anyway. A week later, I checked the Venmo account one last time. At El Clients 28 no longer existed. The profile was deleted. I searched her name again. Same results. Scattered mentions. No arrests. Nothing concrete. But she was real. I knew that now. She had a system. She slipped through the cracks. She picked people like me, working women living alone. Just enough stress to justify hiring help from a random website buried on the 4th page of a search. Just enough pride to feel stupid after it went wrong. Just enough doubt to keep quiet. But not this time. I kept the documentation, all of it. The timeline, the printouts, the video clips, the receipts. I sent copies to 3 different places: a digital safety deposit box, my sister, and a non-profit that tracks missing persons and repeat scam patterns. I didn't care if she got caught. That was never the point. I just wanted her name to live somewhere she couldn't erase it. Eventually, I deleted the camera app, took down the latch on the door, started sleeping with the lights off again. I moved the new deadbolt to the front door anyway, kept the wedge alarm, just in case. But I don't think she'll come back. I think people like her only know how to haunt places where they're welcome in silence. And I don't live like that anymore. A month after it ended, I cleaned the apartment top to bottom. Not because I had to, not because it was dirty, but because I wanted to take the space back. I vacuumed under the bed, emptied the closets, donated 3 boxes of clothes, rearranged the furniture, put the couch against the other wall. It felt like I was walking into someone else's place. And maybe I was. Maybe that's what comes out of something like this. You don't bounce back. You change shape. You come out rearranged. But you come out. That's the part that matters. I still check the locks, still notice little things, still remember the way she moved, fast and precise, like she knew she belonged wherever she was. But I don't feel scared anymore. I feel sharp. I feel awake. The truth is, you don't need a break-in to feel violated. Sometimes it's just a drawer left open, a charger moved, a knife gone. It's the knowing someone was here. That's enough. And the real violation? It's when no one believes you. But I believed me. And that made all the difference. This isn't the kind of thing I ever thought I'd write out, but it's been stuck in my head for weeks, and I'm starting to lose sleep over it. Maybe posting it will help me get it out. So I babysit sometimes, nothing formal, just extra cash for weekends when I'm not working. I've watched kids for neighbors, co-workers, even a few random Craigslist families when I was desperate. Never anything weird. Usually just cartoons, pizza, bedtime. This one was different. A friend of a friend recommended me to this couple in Toledo. Their usual sitter was out of town. It was just a one-time thing, Saturday night, 6 to midnight. Their daughter was 7, quiet, well-behaved, liked puzzles and princess stuff. That's what they told me over the phone. When I showed up, the mom answered the door. She looked tired in the way people with young kids do, not a mess, just stretched thin. The dad was in the background finishing dinner. The little girl, Sophie, was already in her pajamas, sitting at the kitchen table and coloring. The house was clean, too clean, honestly. Everything was neat. Nothing on the floors, couch pillows perfectly lined up, no dishes in the sink. I remember that because I kept thinking, this place looks staged, like they were trying to prove how normal they were. They gave me the usual rundown. She'd already eaten. Bedtime was 8. No screen time after 7. I nodded along, acting like I hadn't heard the exact same speech from every other parent in the universe. But then the mom hesitated. She leaned in a little and said, kind of quietly, "If she talks about her teeth, just play along. Don't ask too many questions." I think I blinked, like, What? But she was already grabbing her purse. The dad handed me their number and said they'd be home around midnight, then they left. Sophie didn't say much at first. She was polite. Not shy exactly, just soft, like her volume knob was stuck on low. We watched a cartoon. She showed me a puzzle she'd already finished 3 times. Then she asked to go to bed early. That surprised me. It wasn't even 7:30. But I figured, hey, easy money, right? So I helped her brush her teeth, walked her to her room, and tucked her in. That's when she said it. I was fluffing her blanket, and she just looked at me and said, "If I lose another tooth, he's allowed back in." She said it like it was a rule, like I should already know who he was. I laughed a little. "Who's allowed back in?" She shrugged and turned her face to the wall. "I don't know his name, but he waits." I didn't push it. Maybe that makes me a bad sitter. I don't know. I just smiled and said, "Well, no more teeth tonight, okay?" She didn't laugh, just pulled the blanket up to her ears and closed her eyes. I backed out of the room and sat on the couch for a bit, flipping through channels and texting my roommate. I told her the girl was kind of creepy, and we joked about the whole tooth thing. I even said, if I don't check in after midnight, assume I've been turned into a puppet made of baby teeth. Real funny, in hindsight. Everything was quiet for a while. Too quiet. Around 10, I heard a soft thump from Sophie's room. Not a crash. Just that low kind of bump you hear when a kid rolls over too hard and kicks the wall or something. I ignored it at first. But then I heard it again. Softer this time. Like a shuffle. I called out, "You okay, Soph?" No answer. I stood up and walked to her room. Door was slightly open. The lights were off, but the hallway lamp was bright enough to see by. She was asleep, or at least pretending to be. Her breathing was slow, steady, blanket up to her chin, same as before. I was about to walk away when I heard it again, but not from the bed, from underneath it. I crouched down and whispered, "Are you playing?" No response. I bent a little lower just to check. Didn't see anything at first. Then I noticed something tucked into the back corner, a glass jar, half buried under a blanket. I reached in and pulled it out. It was heavier than I expected. The jar was full of teeth. Not just a few. Dozens. All different shapes and sizes. Each one had a tiny tag on it like one of those sticker labels you'd use for a yard sale. Dates. Names. Written in shaky handwriting, some of the ink starting to fade. The top tooth said something like Madison, May 3rd. The one below it, Elliot, April 12th. I kept flipping the jar, my hand starting to sweat. And at the bottom, scratched into the glass, not written on a sticker, was my name. First and last. No middle. No date. Just me. That's when I heard the breathing. Not Sophie's. Something slower. Rougher. From under the bed, right behind me. I didn't look. Didn't think. I put the jar down and backed out of the room fast. closed the door behind me, and sat on the couch, heart pounding. I didn't go back in for the rest of the night. Didn't turn off the hallway light. Didn't blink unless I had to. When the parents came home, I didn't tell them anything. I just grabbed my bag and left. And now I keep waking up in the middle of the night with this weird pressure behind my gums, like something's getting ready to come loose. I didn't sleep when I got home that night. I turned on every light in my apartment. I don't know why. It wasn't like the thing under the bed was going to follow me through a lampshade, but it helped, sort of. I kept telling myself I imagined it, that the teeth weren't real, that maybe I misread the name on the glass, or maybe it was someone else with my name, a weird coincidence. But it didn't feel like a coincidence. It felt personal, like whoever put my name on that jar knew I'd see it, knew I'd check under the bed, like they were waiting for me to find it. And the breathing? That wasn't my imagination. I know what I heard. I had this tight feeling in my stomach all night, like I was forgetting something important, like a deadline had been moved up without warning. The next morning I told my roommate about it. I didn't mean to. I was just making coffee, still wide awake from the night before, and I said, "What would you do if a kid you were babysitting had a jar of baby teeth under the bed?" She gave me this look, part amused, part grossed out, and said, "Why would a kid have that?" I told her, not everything, just the basics. The weird bedtime comment, the jar, my name scratched on the glass. She laughed at first, thought I was making it up, but when she saw I wasn't joking, she stopped smiling. "Maybe it's just something the parents do," she said, "like a creepy family tradition." I wanted to believe that. I really did. But no parent collects dozens of labeled baby teeth and hides them under their kid's bed. And they definitely don't include a name that doesn't belong to their child. My roommate must have seen something shift in my face, because she changed the subject after that, kept it light, offered to grab lunch. I said no. I couldn't eat. My jaw hurt, not badly, just this low ache behind my back teeth, like pressure building. I went to the bathroom, opened my mouth, checked every tooth. They were fine. No blood. No movement. Just that steady, growing throb. I swore I wasn't going to go back to that house. But later that afternoon, I got a text from the mom. "Sophie asked if you could come again this weekend. She liked you. She doesn't usually like sitters." My stomach dropped. I didn't reply. Another message came through. "I'll pay double, just a few hours this time." I stared at the screen for a long time. And then I said yes. I don't know why. I told myself it was for closure, that I needed to prove to myself it was just a creepy moment and nothing more. But I think some part of me wanted to look again, wanted to see if the jar was still there, if the date had changed. It's like when someone tells you not to look in a mirror after midnight. You know you shouldn't, but some awful part of you wants to test it anyway. The second visit was weirder from the start. The parents were polite, but not warm this time. The dad barely looked at me. The mom kept checking the time. When I asked how Sophie was doing, the mom just said, "She's been quiet lately." Like that explained anything. They left 10 minutes later. Sophie was already in her room when I got there. She didn't come out to say hi. I figured I'd give her space, let her call for me if she needed anything. But around 7, I heard her voice. She was singing. Soft, quiet. Too quiet. I walked down the hallway and stopped just outside her door. The song didn't sound like anything I recognized. It didn't have a melody, more like a list being spoken in a sing-song way. And then I heard the words: Madison, May 3rd, Elliot, April 12th, Harper, August 2nd, me, October 10th. She kept going. Name, date, name, date. I couldn't move. Then she said my name. Clear, slow, deliberate, and after it, tomorrow. My throat went dry. I pushed the door open. She was sitting cross-legged on the floor, a little notebook in her lap, humming. The jar was gone. I asked her, "What's that song?" She looked up, blinked, and said, "It helps me remember." Remember what? Who the teeth belong to. I wanted to take the notebook from her. I really did. But I couldn't move my feet. Sophie closed the notebook gently and stood up. "He's hungry," she said, "and he's not very patient." I asked her who he was. She tilted her head like she didn't understand the question. Then she whispered, "He used to live in the walls, but now he lives under the bed." I didn't know what to say. My hands were shaking. She walked to the bed and crawled under the covers, like it was a normal bedtime, like nothing strange had happened at all. "I'll see you in the morning," she said. I stayed in her doorway for almost an hour after she fell asleep. And when I finally left her room, I locked the door behind me. I didn't care if it made me a bad babysitter. I just needed the night to end. But the ache in my jaw, it's worse now. And when I checked in the mirror, one of my molars is starting to wiggle. I didn't go to work the next day. Called in sick, which wasn't a lie. I hadn't slept. I'd checked that loose molar in the mirror probably 20 times, tapped it with my tongue, pressed on it with my fingertip. It wobbled more than the day before. It didn't hurt exactly, but I felt it every time I blinked. That sounds dramatic, but it's the only way I can explain it. Like my body was reminding me of it constantly, even when I wasn't thinking about it. I sat in my apartment all day, trying not to open a search tab. I didn't want to type "molar loose" for no reason, or "jar of teeth with your name on it," or "what lives under beds and eats kids," because I already knew whatever answer I got wouldn't help. I needed to sit with it for a while. I needed to let it feel real. Around noon, I got a text from the mom. "Thank you for last night. Sophie slept through the whole night. That hasn't happened in weeks." I stared at the message for a long time. I didn't reply, not because I didn't know what to say. I just couldn't make myself type anything. I think I was afraid she'd respond instantly, like she was watching me type it in real time. That night, I didn't brush my teeth. I know that sounds gross. I just couldn't stand the thought of poking at them, of loosening that one any more than it already was. I slept with a scarf wrapped around the lower half of my face like that would stop anything from reaching my mouth. The dream I had was the worst one yet. I was back in that house, in Sophie's room, except it wasn't nighttime. It was the kind of dead gray light that happens before a storm. Everything was quiet, too quiet. And there was this sound under the bed, not breathing, not movement. Clicking, like small teeth knocking together in a glass jar. I looked under, and there were dozens of jars, hundreds, lined up like a pantry, all of them full, all of them labeled. Some had names scratched into the glass like mine, others had no names at all, just dates, and one of the jars was open. Empty, waiting. When I woke up, I had blood in my mouth. I ran to the bathroom. The molar was still there, barely, hanging on by a thread. And on my tongue, a name. It was like I'd been trying to say it in the dream. I didn't recognize it, but it tasted like dust and iron and something older than I wanted to think about. I spit it out, washed my mouth with cold water until my lips went numb. That evening, I finally texted the mom back. I asked her directly, "What's with the tooth thing?" She didn't reply right away. About an hour later, I got a message back. Just this. It's something her grandmother started. Just a story. Don't worry about it. I called her. Straight to voicemail. I tried again. Same. I know what that means. People say don't worry about it when they know you absolutely should. I went out for a walk to clear my head, ended up near a park without realizing how far I'd gone. There were kids playing on the swings, two parents chatting by a bench. I sat on the curb across the street and watched them for a bit, trying to remember what normal felt like. That's when I saw the man. He wasn't with anyone, just standing near the edge of the trees, not watching the kids, watching me. He looked homeless, layers of mismatched clothing, face hidden by a hat too big for his head. His posture was off, bent in a way that made him seem like he was always leaning forward, even when he stood still. He didn't move, not once. Just stood there, watching. I didn't stay. When I got home, I took a flashlight and checked under my own bed. There was nothing there. No jars, no blankets, no figures crawling along the wall. But there was something new. A single baby tooth. Clean. Shiny. Right in the middle of the floor. I picked it up without thinking. It was cold. And on the side of it, so small I almost missed it, was a name etched into the surface. Not mine. Sophie's. I dropped it. I didn't sleep that night. I just laid on my back, mouth closed, teeth clenched, eyes locked on the ceiling. At exactly 3:15 in the morning, I heard a voice whisper from under the bed. Not a full word. Just a name. My name. But not like someone calling me. Like someone tasting it. I didn't move when it said my name. I just stared at the ceiling and pretended I hadn't heard it, that maybe it was a dream or some half-sleep audio hallucination, like when the heater kicks on and your brain turns it into words. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that. It didn't say anything else, just that one word, said soft, like breath pressed through a crack in the floorboards. My name. I stayed in bed until the sun came up, and when I finally sat up and looked under nothing, no tooth, No jar, no voice, just dust and the stray sock I thought I'd lost 2 weeks ago. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. Because it didn't matter that nothing was there. I still knew it had been. I called my dentist later that day, told them my back molar was loose and I needed to be seen. They fit me in around 4. I didn't tell them about the rest of it. What was I going to say? That I thought a little girl's imaginary monster was trying to rip my teeth out. The hygienist tapped around in my mouth, poked with her little metal hook, and then went quiet. The dentist came in next, did the same thing, quiet again. Then he asked, "Did you take a hit to the jaw recently?" I shook my head. "Have you been grinding your teeth at night?" "No," I said, "not that I know of." He sat back and looked at the screen. "Your molar's detaching from the root. It's not infected, but it's definitely not secure. We can pull it, or we can wait and see if it resets. But honestly," he shrugged, "it's gonna come out either way." I scheduled the extraction. Tomorrow at 3. Which wouldn't be weird, except the jar under Sophie's bed had tomorrow's date on it. I walked home slower than usual, took the long way, looping through neighborhoods I didn't know, watching the sky get darker in this way that didn't feel natural. Not sunset, dark shadow dark. Like something leaning over everything. At one point I passed a parked car with a dusty window. I caught my reflection and nearly jumped, not because I looked weird, but because someone else was standing behind me. When I turned around, no one was there. I didn't sleep that night. Not because I didn't want to, because I couldn't. Every time I started to drift off, I felt a pull, not physical, mental, like something was waiting for me in the dark, not to scare me, just to be closer. I finally gave up around 2 a.m. and went to the kitchen. Made toast. Ate half of it. Left the plate in the sink. When I came back to my room, the sock that had been under the bed earlier was on my pillow. Folded. Like someone wanted to let me know they'd been there again, but didn't want to scare me. Like a gift. That was worse than anything else. The idea that whatever this was wasn't trying to hurt me. It was trying to belong. I went back to Sophie's house the next day. I didn't plan to. I just found myself walking in that direction. It was around noon. The front yard was empty. No cars in the driveway. I knocked. No answer. I tried the door. It was unlocked. I stepped inside and called out. No response. The living room looked the same, still too clean, still that sense that everything had been placed instead of lived in. I walked down the hall to Sophie's room. The door was open. She wasn't there. The bed was made. No sign of her notebook, no toys out, no clothes on the floor. And underneath, the jar was back. Exactly where it had been the first time. I pulled it out with shaking hands. Same teeth. Same tags. And at the bottom, my name. Next to it, the new date. Today. I picked it up and saw something I hadn't noticed before. Scratched along the bottom edge of the glass, hidden unless you turned it just right. Promised, paid, returned. I didn't know what that meant. Not until I saw the door across the hall. Sophie's closet. It was open. Not wide, just enough to see that something was inside. Not movement, not a shape. Just a flicker, like breath behind plastic. I didn't go near it. I put the jar back and left the room. The front door clicked shut behind me without me touching it. I didn't go to the dentist. I canceled the appointment because I knew what would happen if I let them pull the tooth. It would go missing, and the jar would be complete, and whatever was in the closet would be allowed back in. I don't want to be part of that deal, even if I'm already in it. I didn't tell anyone I went back to the house. I didn't tell my roommate, or my mom when she called, or May when she texted to ask if I was still alive. I started typing out a reply to her, then deleted it. Because what do you even say? Hey, remember that babysitting job I took? I think something under the bed is trading in children's teeth like currency. No way to make that sound sane. That night, I slept on the couch. Lights on. TV playing low. I didn't go into my room, didn't want to see the bed, didn't want to see what might have crawled out from underneath it while I was gone. Somewhere around 3 a.m, I woke up with the taste of metal in my mouth. I sat up, heart already going, tongue pressing against that back molar. Still there, but looser. I went to the bathroom and spit into the sink. There was a streak of red in the foam. I didn't look too long. I just rinsed, turned off the light, and sat back down on the couch like that would stop anything from getting closer. Around 4, I heard footsteps. Not inside. Outside my apartment. Soft, slow. Coming down the hallway. They stopped outside my door. No knock. Just silence. And then something slid under the door. A folded scrap of paper. I stared at it for a while before picking it up. There was one word on it. Tomorrow. I didn't open the door. Didn't move. Just sat there with the paper in my lap like it was radioactive. The next morning, I found another baby tooth. This time in the fridge, on top of my eggs. Same handwriting scratched into it. Sophie. I called the number the mom had given me. This time, it rang. She picked up on the 3rd try. Sounded tired, shaky. I didn't give her a chance to talk first. I said, "What did you give it?" She didn't say anything. I asked again, "What did you give it to make it stop?" She finally answered, "I didn't give it anything." There was a pause. Her grandmother did, a long time ago, before I was born. I asked, "What is it?" Another pause, longer this time. Then, "It's old." That was all she gave me. Then she said, "Sophie's safe, that's all that matters," and hung up. I stared at the phone like I expected it to ring again. It didn't. I didn't go outside that day. Didn't check the mail. Didn't eat. I kept trying to feel the tooth with my tongue and kept stopping myself, like poking it would invite something to finally pull it loose. Around 6 p.m., the power went out. not the whole building, just my apartment. I could see lights on through the window, could hear someone's TV upstairs. But mine, dead. I sat in the dark with my back to the wall, flashlight in hand, waiting for the sun to fully disappear. When it did, the apartment got heavy. Air thicker, warmer, almost humid, like something breathing slow in the corner of the room. I turned on the flashlight, shined it under the couch. Nothing. Under the table. Nothing. Then the light flickered. Not out, just dimmed, like the batteries were draining too fast. And I felt it again. The voice. Not loud, not in my ears. In my chest. Like a heartbeat that wasn't mine. It said, almost. That was it. Just that one word. I didn't sleep. I waited. At midnight, the lights came back on. TV turned on by itself, volume low, playing something static and slow, like an old cartoon warped on tape. I turned it off. Then I opened my mouth in the mirror. The molar was gone. No blood. No gap. Just smooth gum, already healed over. Like it had never been there. I opened my hands. I was holding the tooth. Not sure when I picked it up. Not sure where it came from. I set it down on the counter, walked back to the couch, and sat. And waited for the knock. It came at exactly 3:15. Soft. Just one. I didn't move. Didn't speak. But the door opened anyway. Slow. Careful. And something stepped inside. It stepped inside like it had done it before. Not fast, not loud. Just one foot, then the other, like it already knew the layout of the room. I didn't move. I didn't scream. I just watched. I can't tell you what it looked like, not exactly. I didn't see a face. I didn't see clothes. It wasn't a shape, more like a fold in the dark, a gap between the light and the floor. Something that didn't make sense, but didn't need to. The only thing I could really see, the only thing I remember clearly was the hand. It held out a jar. Glass, familiar, heavy. My name scratched into the bottom. The tooth inside. Just one. Mine. I didn't take it. It didn't offer it. It just stood there holding it, like a reminder, like a receipt. And then it set the jar down on the table, turned toward the hallway, and walked into my bedroom. No sound. No weight. But I felt it. The whole apartment shifted slightly, like it was no longer mine. I stayed on the couch until the sun came up. When I finally went to my room, it was empty. No footprints. No signs of anything disturbed. But I knew it had been there. I could feel it in the floorboards, in the sheets, in the way the bed didn't creak when I sat on it, like it had already adjusted to something else sleeping there. I checked under the bed. Nothing. No jars. No teeth. No breathing. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. Because I knew this wasn't about what was there. It was about what had been taken. The jar stayed on my table for 2 more days. I didn't touch it. I didn't throw it away. I just let it sit there, watching. On the 3rd morning, it was gone. No sound. No door opening. Just gone. Like it had finished something. And me? I started eating again. Started sleeping. I even went back to work. Life didn't go back to normal, exactly, but it picked itself up. I checked my mouth in the mirror once a day for a week. No changes, no new aches, no missing pieces. My teeth felt like mine again. I still wake up at 3:15 sometimes. Not from noise. Just alert. Like my body remembers. But there's never anyone there. I haven't heard from the family. No texts. No calls. No more offers. Sophie's number is disconnected. The last time I walked past that house, the windows were empty. No lights, no car. Just a for sale sign leaning sideways in the yard. I didn't stop. Didn't even slow down. Because I finally understood what happened. That thing, it wasn't just haunting her. It wasn't following me. It was being fed. Not blood. Not bodies. Just a tooth. Just one small piece of someone, freely given or quietly taken. A token. And once it had it, once your name was marked and the jar was full, it didn't need anything else. It didn't want more. It just wanted to keep what it collected. It wasn't cruel. It wasn't violent. It was patient. Old. Hungry in a way that didn't mean pain, just presence. It wanted a place at the table. A space in the wall. A whisper in the dark. And now it has that. I still have dreams. Sometimes I'm back in Sophie's room. Sometimes it's my room, just older, dustier. And under the bed, there's always something breathing. Not scary, not threatening. Just breathing, like it's waiting. And in the dream, I always reach under the bed, and I always find the jar, and inside it, the tooth is gone. But the space is still there, ready for another.